Chapter 2075. You almost poisoned me to death just now, and I killed your master, the old man with the snake staff. If you surrender now, I won't be at ease. Yifei had no intention of letting the soaring snake go. After all, snakes were known to hold grudges. The dragon turtle rubbed his palms together and took out the repaired black pot from somewhere. The black pot had divine runes flashing on it. After the dragon turtle repaired the black pot, it allowed Xiao Chao to attach to it, turning the black pot into a special attaching black pot. At this moment, the dragon turtle rushed into the beast mark space and set up the black pot, planning to fry the soaring snake and eat it. The soaring snake was so frightened that it went limp. It cried, "Spare me, I swear I won't hold a grudge. That old thing that controlled me wasn't a good person either. I was living well on the mountain, with hundreds of female snakes by my side. Those days were so comfortable. It was all because of that snake gentleman. He killed all my female snakes and refined me into a snake staff spirit weapon. When he died, I couldn't even be happier. If you let me go, I'm willing to give you the dragon pearl I obtained. It can help the black turtle break through to Heavenly Venerable One." To show its sincerity, the soaring snake immediately spat out a strange dragon pearl that glowed with multicolored flames. The dragon turtle's eyes widened. Yifei could tell at a glance that this dragon pearl was a poison dragon pearl left behind by a sovereign realm poison dragon. It was obvious that the soaring serpent had relied on this dragon pearl to poison a sovereign realm poison dragon to death. Although he was tempted, Yifei was still a little dissatisfied. The higher your realm, the more you can eat. If you give me the dragon pearl, why don't you teach the dragon turtle to speak? The soaring snake's eyes were filled with helplessness. I can't do that. As the saying goes, 1,000-year-old tortoise, a 10,000-year-old tortoise. If we want to open our mouths, we have to reach adulthood before we can open our throats. This junior brother dragon turtle is obviously still a young turtle. It'll be difficult for him to transform and speak. What a young turtle. Yifei looked at the dragon turtle's huge body. It was hard for him to associate the dragon turtle with a young turtle. The dragon turtle's face turned even darker. Although the soaring serpent was speaking the truth, why did the name Turtle Cub sound like it was scolding the turtle? Now that they were still in the midst of the test, Yifei did not have the time to continue interrogating the soaring serpent. Seeing that the soaring serpent was unable to resist, his consciousness left the beast mark space and continued to rush towards the depths of the Tao Lord world. In the beast mark space, the flying serpent could only hold back its tears as it continued to be used as a skipping rope by Xiao Chao. Even the poisonous dragon pearl was stolen by the abominable black turtle cub. It hid in a corner and secretly studied and refined it. After another day, Yifei finally arrived at the deepest part of the Tao Lord world. There was a door there, which was the exit of the test. At this time, there were already two people waiting there. One was the bow-wielding man, and the other was a dignified old man dressed in luxurious clothes. When he saw Yifei appear, the bow-wielding man was clearly afraid, and his entire body tensed up. The dignified old man's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly went to Yifei. "Ha! Young Master Yi is indeed extraordinary. You were able to escape unscathed from the pursuit of 4 sovereigns. I am Sky Harmony City's Xiong Laowu. Greetings, young Master Yi." Yifei was very vigilant. He looked at the two with some suspicion. "Don't you want my head?" The bow-wielding man coldly snorted and suddenly retreated. He did not speak, but his actions showed that he had no ill intentions. The old man in luxurious clothes also had a solemn expression. "My Xiong clan was once an 8th rank clan. How can we be used by a mere bloodwolf gang? Young Master Yi, don't worry. Not only do I have no ill intentions towards you, I even want to make a deal with you. Look, didn't you kill 4 sovereigns? But you only need 3 tokens for the test. I only need 3 pieces. Can you sell the remaining piece to me?" Speaking of this, the old man in luxurious clothes was also very depressed. Originally, there were only 3 spots for those who passed the test, and he still needed to collect 4 tokens. When the old man in luxurious clothes killed 2 sovereigns and added his own, he finally collected 3 tokens. The other sovereigns had already been killed by the bow-wielding man and Yi Fei, and then killed. Because he was afraid of Yi Fei, the old man in luxurious clothes did not dare to openly rob him and could only helplessly propose a deal. Yi Fei did indeed have an additional token on him. When he heard the old man's words, he did not refuse and asked in a low voice, "A million magnetite in exchange for this token. Isn't that too much?" "Not at all, not at all." The old man in luxurious clothes nodded repeatedly and even took out 1,000,000 magnetite to give to Yi Fei on the spot. He appeared very confident and bold. One had to know that the 4 sovereigns that Yi Fei had killed earlier only had a small amount of magnetite, healing pills, and a single treasure in their spatial belts. None of them had been brought in. However, it was precisely because of this that only the 3 of them would be able to survive and pass the examination. After the deal was completed, Yi Fei, the old man in luxurious clothes, and the bow-wielding man activated the 4 tokens they had each obtained. These tokens transformed into streams of light that wrapped around them, and with a whoosh, they were transported out of this Tao Lord world. As for Yi Fei's group of 3, they did not know that after they left, those dead sovereigns had disappeared without a trace. Their flesh and blood suddenly disappeared without a trace. In a few breaths of time, they had turned into rotting white bones, as if they had been dead for tens of thousands of years. On the clear sky peak, following the appearance of Yi Fei's group, Shui Tianlong's expression quickly became as gloomy as a wolf's. A shocking murderous intent involuntarily erupted from his body. However, before Shui Tianlang could make a move, the old man from the clear sky pavilion let out a cold cough and secretly warned, "According to the rules of the Baiyu Nation, they have passed the test. Since the 3 of them have passed the test, they have obtained the right to establish their own faction. They will also be protected for half a year. During this period, if any faction dares to break the rules, the Clear Sky Pavilion will not let them off easily." Shui Tianlong's expression changed again. With his current strength and faction, killing Yi Fei would be a piece of cake. However, the rules of the Baiyu Nation were there. Shui Tianlang could only stare hatefully at Yi Fei and say, "I'll let you live for another half a year. Let's go." The group of Blood Wolf gang members came aggressively, but in the end, they returned dejectedly. Their faces were filled with dissatisfaction and depression. At this moment, Lin Shun and Lin Gui waved their hands at Shui Tianlang and said reluctantly, "Shui Tianlang, why are you leaving so quickly? Do you want to stay for a while longer?" Shui Tianlang did not reply. His face was exceptionally ashen, as if to tell everyone how angry he was in his heart. "Senior brother, since we have passed the test, when will we be able to have our own mountain?" Jiang Zhen had not forgotten about the important matter at hand. That was to find a mountain to rebuild the foundation of the Divine Star Academy. Lin Gui and Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Seeing that Jiang Zhen had already taken the lead in choosing a mountain, they did not want to be outdone. They immediately suggested, "Senior Jiang, we were the ones who proposed to establish our own faction. The Xian meridians used for the test were also provided by our Lin family. We would like to change the name of the mountain to Lin Peak. Isn't that a problem?" The name of the mountain represented the faction that it belonged to. If the mountain was called Lin Peak, it meant that the Lin family had already annexed the Divine Star Academy. How could Jiang Zhen not know this? He was enraged. Shaking his head, he said, "The name Lin Peak is too vulgar. Let's call it Divine Star Peak. It's grand and prestigious. No, let's call it Lin Peak." Lin Shun and Lin Gui were not stupid. How could they allow the Lin family to be annexed by the Divine Star Academy? Jiang Zhen's face turned ugly. He could only take a step back and say, "Then why don't we call it Divine Forest Peak?" Lin Chen's eyes flashed. He straightened his neck and sneered, "I think it's more appropriate to call it Lin Shinfeng." Chapter 2076. Yi Fei felt a headache coming on as he watched the 3 of them quarrel. But he could understand. After all, the Lin clan and the Divine Star Academy were 2 different powers. When facing the imperial family of the Heavenly River, they were united. But once they were safe, Conflicts were inevitable. Not to mention, from the very beginning, the Lin clan and the Divine Star Academy were sworn enemies. Although Yi Fei was biased towards the Divine Star Academy, he had not forgotten that in Wen City, it was Lin Sheng and Lin Rong, the two leaders of the Lin clan, who had not hesitated to self-detonate in order to save them from danger. This was also a huge favor, and Yi Fei was someone who would take revenge if there was a grudge, and also repay kindness if there was a favor. He couldn't be bothered to participate in this quarrel. He just followed the old man from the Clear Cloud Pavilion to choose the mountain where they would establish their power. The strange thing was that the old man from the Clear Cloud Pavilion didn't let the three of them enter together. Instead, he called for one person to enter the palace. When the first person was done, he called for the next person to enter. Moreover, the expressions of the first person to enter were ugly. The second person to come out was the old man in luxurious clothes. He nodded to Yi Fei cautiously before leading his men away. This made Yi Fei's heart sink even more. Then, he heard a voice calling for him from inside. He walked into the palace of the Clear Cloud Pavilion and found that there was a huge sand table inside. On the sand table, there were countless mountains, at least a few thousand. These mountains were of different sizes, good and bad. At this time, the old man from the Clear Cloud Pavilion pointed to the mountains and said, "Peak Lord Yi, these are the markings. The White Mountain peaks are all ownerless. You can choose any one of them. Of course, whether it is good or bad depends on your luck. However, this old man and the young master are like old friends at first sight. I can still provide some information as a reference." Only now did Yi Fei understand why the expressions of the man with the cold arrow and the old man were so ugly. A total of 12 of them had fought to the death in the Dao Monarch's world. In the end, only 3 of them survived. They thought that they could choose a mountain peak and settle down. But in the end, this old man actually wanted to bribe them. What? At this moment, Yi Fei felt even more disgusted than if he had swallowed a fly. However, he still had a favor to ask, so he could only be patient and ask. "Then may I ask how many profound stones are needed to provide this information?" "Haha, it's not much. It's very cheap. 10 million profound stones. This old man can guarantee that I will help you choose a place with good feng shui," the old man said smilingly. He was no longer as solemn as before. Instead, he looked like a typical villain. "Sorry, it's too expensive." Yi Fei shook his head apologetically and rejected the elder's extortion. When they heard 10 million profound stones, Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle almost jumped out of the beastmark space. "Is that so? That's too bad. However, this old man is not a greedy person. How about this? This old man will provide you with some information for free. You can't take these mountains, but this mountain is very suitable for you to rest and recuperate." The elder's face was still amiable. At this moment, he waved his hand, and those empty mountains all disappeared. In the end, only a lonely black mountain peak was left in front of Yi Fei. "This old man thinks it'll be this one. The environment is good, and the scenery is good too." After he finished speaking, the elder took out a small booklet without giving Yi Fei a chance to choose and was about to register Yi Fei. Yi Fei's face immediately darkened. He was not a greenhorn. How could he not understand that this elder was deliberately taking revenge on him after failing to extort him? At this moment, if he was smart, he would immediately compromise and offer large amounts of profound stones and treasures with a smile to obtain the elder's forgiveness. However, that was too disgusting. Yi Fei could not do it. Furthermore, the elder's hypocritical and petty actions made Yi Fei very unhappy. "Didn't you want to extort me? Then I won't let you have it." Yi Fei quickly made up his mind in his anger. "All right, since Senior says this mountain peak is good, then I'll choose this mountain peak." Yi Fei ignored the elder's ugly expression and immediately grabbed the mountain peak on the sand table. He discovered that it was a mountain peak token. With this token, it meant that he owned the mountain peak and had half a year of protection. As for whether he could continue to protect the mountain peak after half a year and prevent it from being annexed by other factions, that would depend entirely on his ability. Seeing that Yi Fei had already chosen the mountain peak, the elder sneered. The old man also sneered and sent Yi Fei out. If you are willing to be filial to me, I can still choose a good mountain peak for you. Since you are so stubborn, then scram to that dangerous place and fend for yourself. Oomph. The elder closed the palace in a rage and quickly forgot about a small fry like Yi Fei. Outside the palace, Jiang Zhen, Lin Shun, and Lin Gui were still fiercely arguing. Although the two sides hadn't started fighting, the battle of words was still extremely intense. Unfortunately, although Jiang Zhen had the ability to fight against 10 people, he couldn't win an argument against 2 people. Seeing Yi Fei come out, Jiang Zhen hurriedly greeted him as if he had seen his savior. Yi Fei, you are the judge. Do you think this mountain peak should be called Godstar Peak or Forest Peak? Lin Shun and Lin Gui were very nervous. They were afraid that Yi Fei would side with Jiang Zhen. Without another word, they handed over a pile of profound stones. Brother Yi, aren't you lacking profound stones? Here, we have more than 2 million here. All for you. Shameful, truly shameful. If you were my disciples, I promise to hang you up and beat you. Jiang Zhen was furious. He did not expect Lin Shan to bribe Yi Fei in front of him. Yi Fei was also very depressed. He had just been despised in the palace. Now that he came out to face such a dispute, the anger in his heart flared up. He shouted angrily, "What are you arguing about? It's just the name of a mountain peak. I think we should just call it Black Rock Peak." Of course, although he was angry, Yi Fei did not hesitate to accept the profound stones that Lin Shun handed over. Lin Shun and Lin Gui's faces were dark. Jiang Zhen was also very careful. Black Rock Peak, this name is so old-fashioned. Not only is it not impressive, it will also lose face. Yi Fei glanced at the 3 of them and said unhappily, "If we don't call it this name, do you want to discuss it here for a year and a half?" Shua. Jiang Zhen's face turned red. Lin Shun and Lin Gui were also speechless. They suddenly felt that the name Black Rock Peak was acceptable. After all, this way, the Lin clan would not be able to annex the Divine Star Academy, and the Divine Star Academy would not be able to annex the Lin clan. Both were acceptable. Thus, the power of Black Rock Peak, under Yi Fei's unintentional forcefulness, was hastily decided. The way to Black Rock Peak was very simple. The token in Yi Fei's hand contained the route to Black Rock Peak, as well as a detailed introduction of Black Rock Peak. When he saw that Black Rock Peak was actually a huge herb mountain, and behind the mountain was a huge herb field, Yi Fei could not believe it. He even suspected that he had misunderstood the old man from Clear Cloud Pavilion. After knowing that Black Rock Peak was actually a paradise, Lin Gui and Lin Shun praised Yi Fei even more, to the point that Yi Fei felt a little embarrassed. Chapter 2077. With a heavy heart, Yi Fei walked up the Black Rock Peak. Looking at the majestic palace, even Lin Shun and Lin Gui felt that something was amiss. That's strange. Didn't they say that this peak was ownerless? What's up with this medicinal hall? Why do I feel like this is the base of some powerful force? Jiang Zhen also looked at Yi Fei solemnly. Yi Fei told everyone about the ugly face of the Clear Cloud Pavilion's elder. Lin Gui and Lin Chen's faces were filled with anger. After all, they had already paid 100 Xian veins to participate in the assessment. They had already paid a huge price. If they would pay another 10 million Xian stones, Yi Fei wouldn't be the only one who would be unhappy. Lin Shun was even more upset. That means this peak was built by the senior brother of Green Cloud Peak to take revenge on us. There must be something wrong with this place. Jiang Zhen muttered, "All right, I remember now. When I was chatting with the others at Green Cloud Peak, I heard them mention that every peak in Bayou Nation has a gathering of rogue cultivators of varying sizes. The big ones form towns, while the small ones form villages. Our Black Rock Peak should have such rogue cultivators as well." Lin Gui was quite good at socializing. As he said this, he quickly ran down to look for rogue cultivators near Black Rock Peak. Jiang Zhen and Lin Chen did not stop him. Instead, they walked into the medicinal hall with heavy hearts. Yi Fei followed them in. He realized that the medicinal hall was huge. In front of it was a continuous stretch of palaces. There was also an open space for refining pills, drying herbs, and practicing martial arts. Behind a medicine hall was a vast herbal field. It could be seen that the previous force should be a major force that was very good at alchemy. However, for some unknown reason, this major force suddenly withdrew from the medicine hall, and the mountain peak became ownerless. In the end, the Green Cloud Pavilion elder failed to extort bribes and purposely gave Yi Fei the entire peak to Yi Fei. When it was almost evening, Lin Gui hurried to Black Rock Peak with a few rogue cultivators. These rogue cultivators were nervous, but their cultivation was not bad. They were all early-stage earthly venerables. They looked at Yi Fei and Lin Shun, then cupped their fists at Jiang Zhen, who had the highest cultivation, and said respectfully, "Greetings, Peak Master Blackstone." Jiang Zhen was overjoyed when he heard this, but Lin Shun was furious. "What Peak Lord? Look carefully, he's not the Peak Master, I am." "Lin Shun, this is where you are wrong. The previous Peak Masters have always been the strongest. Are you the strongest?" Jiang Zhen's words made Lin Shun speechless. Yi Fei could only smile bitterly and gloomily. He stepped out from the crowd and said in a low voice, "There is no Peak Master here. I'm also a loose cultivator. Brothers, tell me, what is going on with Black Rock Peak? What kind of power was in control of this place in the past?" The few earthly venerables nodded. Among them, the one with the strongest aura, a middle-aged earthly venerable, cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, "Seniors, you may not know this, but the original name of this place was Medicine Peak. It's the territory of the Medicine Valley, an 8th-grade force in the Bayou Nation. Medicine King Valley's main business was alchemy, but it also recruited a large number of martial arts experts. Just the Lord of Heaven alone was enough. There are 3 of them." "What? There are 3 Lord of Heaven? Medicine King Valley is so strong. How could they be willing to give up this treasure land?" Jiang Zhen and Lin Chen's expressions were ugly. The first thing they did when they arrived at Black Rock Peak was to check the soil and celestial qi. They found that this place was very suitable for growing spiritual herbs, especially in the middle of the medicine hall. There was a huge volcano with extremely high temperatures inside. It was naturally a top-grade place. An alchemy furnace. Which power would be willing to give up such a treasured land so easily? Hearing this, several loose cultivator, earthly venerable cultivators smiled bitterly at the same time. It was the middle-aged, earthly venerable who said, "Seniors, you may not know this, but this place used to be a treasure land. It was also one of the important strongholds of Medicine King Valley. But later, the entire Medicine Peak was invaded by the thick fog of Bayou Nation. Every night, all kinds of misfortunes would happen here. It is said that even one of the Lord of Heaven's experts who went to investigate died. In the end, Medicine King Valley could only give up this place, and this peak became ownerless. As for where the misfortunes are, we can't say for sure. But we would like to advise you seniors that the powers that previously occupied this peak have either moved away or given up on it. If possible, you should go to Qingyan Pavilion and ask for a change of peak." After saying this, these loose cultivator, earthly venerable cultivators hurriedly said their goodbyes, afraid that they would be left behind on this peak after dark. Obviously, this peak had become a forbidden area for the loose cultivators. No one was willing to stay here for a second longer. However, it just so happened that the luxurious palace on the mountain peak was not something that could be built in a single day. Exactly what was the reason that caused this treasured place to become a forbidden area? Yi Fei, Lin Shun, and the rest looked at each other. In the end, it was Jiang Zhen who gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Why don't we stay here for a night and see if there is anything strange here?" "All right." Lin Shun and Lin Gui nodded, not to be outdone. Yi Fei did not care. Regardless of whether this mountain was good or bad, as long as it did not affect his cultivation, it did not matter where they stayed. Thus, the 4 of them stayed in the medicine hall. The night sky quickly turned dark and gloomy. Nothing strange happened in the medicine hall. This made the nervous Jiang Zhen and the rest look at each other. At this moment, Xiao Chao seemed to have sensed something. While reminding Yi Fei, he had already pointed in a direction. Yi Fei immediately rushed out of the medicine hall and rushed to where Xiao Chao was pointing. However, he was shocked to find that Xiao Chao was pointing in the direction of the herb field. They saw that the medicinal field that was empty during the day was now filled with spiritual herbs. Everyone who saw it felt their hair stand on end. This mountain is indeed very strange. Even with my sovereign realm consciousness, I can't tell whether these herbs are real or fake. Jiangzhen was extremely moved. Yi Fei's face also darkened. They are all real. Earlier, Xiao Chao had already confirmed that these spiritual medicines are all real. Really? How is that possible? Lin Shun was shocked. Lin Gui volunteered, "I'll go and take a look." As he spoke, he was the first to rush into the dark herb field. Jiangzhen and Lin Chen immediately followed him. Yi Fei sank his consciousness into the beast mark space. After letting Xiao Chao confirm that there was no danger inside, he walked in. Lin Gui, who was the first to enter the herb field, had already used his hand to grab a spiritual herb on the ground. However, when he grabbed it, his hand went through the spiritual herb. Something is strange. Something is very strange. Why do I feel that I can't use my divine sense and dark force after entering this place? Oh no, there's something. I heard something running from afar. Boom. Chapter 2078. Vicious beasts like these posed a great threat to the rogue earthly venerables, but they were nothing to Yi Fei and the rest. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw that it was just a vicious beast with a low-level bloodline. Even if I don't use my mystic energy superpowers, I can still end this beast with one strike. Lin Shun stabbed forward with his fluttering snow spear, but his spear didn't hit the earth rat. Unable to stab the earth spirit mouse, the earth spirit mouse suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a huge Xian energy earth arrow. At the same time it shook off the floating snow spear, it heavily clawed at Lin Shun, causing him to roll on the ground, embarrassed and angry. "Beast, you're courting death." Lin Gui felt extremely embarrassed when he saw that Lin Shun had been defeated. He also wanted to rush forward with his godly spear. Unfortunately, Lin Gui's ending was even worse than Lin Chen's. He was stepped on by the earth rat after exchanging blows. Lin Gui was so angry that he wanted to die. After that, Lin Gui watched in horror as the earth spirit mouse's sharp claws flickered with intense, profound energy ripples as it fiercely tore at his body. Jiangzhen's face was instantly filled with immense shock. How can this be? Our profound energy and superpowers have been suppressed, but why isn't that ferocious beast affected? Yi Fei's eyes suddenly widened. The heavy dark steel heavy sword had already sent the earth rat flying with a roar and a hurricane, saving Lin Gui's life. "Thank you. I owe you a life." Lin Gui jumped up from the ground, ashamed and grateful. "It's okay. You and Lin Chen step back first. I'll play with this earth rat." Yi Fei held the dark steel heavy sword and chased after the earth rat that had been sent flying. "Play?" Lin Gui and Lin Chen stared blankly at Yi Fei. Then they realized that Yi Fei was indeed playing around, because Yi Fei's divine power was too terrifying. Even if he didn't have any profound strength divine ability, just by relying on his physical body and the power of the black iron heavy sword, the combat strength he could unleash was even greater than the Empyrean Earth Spirit Mouse's divine ability. Terrifying. However, not only did the pitiful Earth Spirit Mouse fail to defend the herb field, it was also smashed into a meat patty, lying on the ground in a bloody mess. He's really too weak. Yi Fei was still very dissatisfied. When Lin Shun and Lin Gui heard this, they stared at Yi Fei as if they were looking at a monster. However, the strangest thing was not the mountain, but the freak Yi Fei. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Yi Fei smashed the earth's spirit rat to death, the ground suddenly shook violently. Then, countless green rat eyes stared viciously at Yi Fei and everyone else present. So many earth spirit rats, and all of them are in the Empyrean realm. Lin Shun and Lin Gui were so scared that their scalps went numb. After all, most of a martial artist's combat power came from martial arts. If a martial artist was unable to release his dark force and use his divine powers, it would be very difficult for him to defeat the vicious beasts. Jiang Zhan sighed. Now I finally understand why the Medicine King's Valley, a rank 8 force, would abandon this mountain. Let's not continue fighting. We should immediately withdraw from the herb field and withdraw from this herb peak. What? Withdraw from her peak? Without the peak, how can we develop our power and take revenge on Tiana Kingdom in the future? Lin Chun and Lin Gui were anxious. Yifei also felt that it was too early to give up now. Moreover, the elder of Blue Cloud Peak clearly wanted to mess with him. If he really gave up on the peak, wouldn't he be complying with the other party's wishes? Moreover, even though he was unable to use his Dark Force divine powers, Yifei did not seem to be afraid of this group of vicious beasts. Yifei turned his head and said to Jiang Zhan and the other two, "You guys retreat first. I'll kill my way in and see what's so strange about this place." Roar! At this moment, the group of spirit rats seemed to have sensed the enemy's intention to retreat. They all let out sharp cries and formed a group. Like rolling rocks, they rushed towards Yifei. "Hurry up and leave. I'll cover your retreat." Yifei raised his heavy sword and unleashed all his divine powers. The heavy sword was like a mountain and was swung by Yifei. With just a swing, a large group of spirit rats were sent flying by Yifei, vomiting blood. Even more spirit rats were sent rolling. Jiang Zhan and the others were also watching. Everyone was dumbfounded. They felt that Yifei was too abnormal. He was even more abnormal than the vicious beasts. "Let's go." It was still Jiang Zhan who reacted the fastest. He knew that with their physical strength, if they stayed in this space where they couldn't use their mystic energy, not only would they not be able to help, they would also become a burden to Yifei. Jiang Zhan hurriedly grabbed Lin Chun and Lin Gui and rushed out of the herb field. It wasn't until they charged out that Jiang Zhan and the others were shocked to discover that it wasn't a medicinal field. It was clearly a special restriction formed by a black fog. Anyone who walked into this black fog would have their profound energy and divine abilities completely suppressed. The strange thing was that this restriction only seemed to be effective on warriors. For example, the vicious beasts that entered the fog would not be restricted. Jiang Zhan hurriedly transmitted his voice to Yifei, loudly announcing his discovery. However, there was a strange energy in the dark fog that bounced Jiang Zhan's voice back, making it impossible for him to enter. He could not enter the fog. Yifei naturally did not know about the strangeness of this herb mountain. However, his strong curiosity still made him swing his black iron heavy sword and smash away the approaching spirit rats as he continued to walk into the depths of the herb field. After discovering Yifei's objective, the spirit rats' attacks became even more frenzied. They no longer pounced in groups of 3 to 5. Instead, they divided up their roles clearly. Some spat out dark force from afar and formed a hurricane. Some formed a line and pushed forward like layers of waves. As the saying goes, many ants can bite an elephant to death. Gradually, even if Yifei's physical body and divine powers were shocking, he still showed signs of being unable to hold on. However, the more this was the case, the more Yifei refused to admit defeat. Once he admitted defeat, it would prove that the Blue Cloud Peak Elder had indeed tricked him. Yifei could tolerate anything, but the only thing he couldn't tolerate was the schemes of despicable people. Xiao Xiao, hurry up and release the flying serpent. Yifei could not defeat the spirit rats empty-handed, so he suddenly thought of the soft flying serpent. In the beast-marked space, the flying serpent was so happy that it shed tears when it heard Yifei's words. At this time, it had already been woven into a twisted rope by Xiao Qiao. If Yifei did not think of it, the flying serpent would have had the urge to commit suicide. Then, the flying serpent, filled with resentment and anger, wanted to swallow the dragon pearl that the dragon turtle had stolen. It had already transformed into a large green python and viciously charged into the spirit rats, tearing them apart. Snakes were the nemesis of spirit rats, especially this flying serpent. After swallowing the poison dragon pearl, it could even poison a spirit rat. These heavenly venerate realm spirit rats were no match for the flying serpent at all. Chapter 2079. Flying Serpent. Don't be in a hurry to kill those rats. Go to the front and scout the way for me. Yi Fei saw the flying serpent's display of power, causing the rats to retreat. He was already prepared to let the flying serpent scout the way. He also wanted to investigate the real reason why the Valley of the Medicine Masters gave up this herb mountain. After all, a mere group of earth spirit rats, even if they were celestial venerables, would not be able to scare off a powerful force like the Valley of the Medicine Masters. It was obvious that there was something more powerful in this herb mountain than these earth spirit rats. Hiss. The flying serpent's heavy breathing sounded in his ears. This flying serpent did not rush to the front to scout the way. Instead, it took advantage of Yi Fei's contemplation to unleash its serpentine nature. It opened its mouth and viciously bit at Yi Fei. The flying serpent had been waiting for this moment for a long time. It wanted to catch Yi Fei for a brief moment, when he was in God's domain. However, the flying serpent's bite did not succeed. After all, the flying serpent had just been tamed, and its serpentine nature was unstable. Yi Fei had long been prepared for this. Although Xiao Chao had released the flying serpent, he had been using his spiritual eye of heaven and earth to keep an eye on the flying serpent. Therefore, the moment the flying serpent pounced, Xiao Chao had already raised his vine whip and was panting with rage. He rushed out. Xiao Chao lashed out with his whip at the flying serpent. The flying serpent laughed strangely. Ha ha! Do you think the Serpent King is stupid? If I'm careless and get hit once, I'll get hit a second time. Children, go crush them. Rumble. The earth rumbled and the earth churned. The earth spirit rats that had been fleeing in all directions suddenly all became the flying serpent's subordinates after listening to the flying serpent snake language. They charged at Yi Fei without any regard for their lives. One of the earth spirit rats even soared into the air and took Xiao Chao's place with a pitiful cry. Vine whip. The flying serpent also took advantage of this opportunity to circle its body and move as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had already circled behind Yi Fei and dodged Xiao Chao's vine whip. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out a highly toxic venom in an attempt to poison Yi Fei to death. Yi Fei slapped his head gloomily. How could I have forgotten? Although snakes are the nemesis of rats, as the saying goes, snakes and rats belong to the same nest. It is precisely because the flying dragon snake is the nemesis of rats that it can drive these rats away for its own use. I've miscalculated this time. He originally thought that he had released a helper, but it turned out to be a disaster. However, Yi Fei was still in a good mood. He suddenly felt that other than being a little lazy, the dragon turtle was actually very reliable. Besides, the soaring serpent also said that the dragon tortoise is still a baby tortoise. As long as I train the dragon tortoise a little more, it can still grow up. Black will get rid of his bad habit of being greedy. Kill. As he thought about this, Yi Fei swung his dark steel heavy sword. However, he did not slash at the soaring serpent, but at the ground. Bam! The terrifying weight of the heavy sword immediately caused the ground to rumble like an earth dragon. Following that, the earth exploded layer by layer, forming an astonishingly thick earth wall. At the same time, it blocked the poisonous liquid. Yi Fei stomped his feet on the ground, dragging the heavy sword behind him. He rose up from the ground, stepping on the tumbling earth waves. Then, he charged at the soaring serpent. Puffed. The dark steel heavy sword also successfully slashed at the soaring serpent. However, this soaring serpent was no ordinary vicious beast. It was also a special spirit weapon. At this moment, the moment the soaring serpent was slashed by the heavy sword, it shook its body and transformed into a special snake staff. It actually managed to block the heavy sword's attack. At the same time, the surrounding rats took the opportunity to swarm forward, wanting to bite Yi Fei to death in an instant. Clearly, this soaring serpent was not only vengeful, it was also very cunning. It actually wanted to use this method to force him to retreat. What a pity! Although you are a cunning snake, you do not understand how terrifying Chao's God-striking whip is. As he spoke, Yi Fei raised the dark steel heavy sword in his hand once again and slashed it down fiercely. That terrifying physical strength was not a superpower, but it was even more terrifying than many Sovereign Realm superpowers. No matter how cunning the soaring serpent was. After all, it was only an earthly venerable realm vicious beasts. Once the poison it relied on was no longer a threat to Yi Fei, there was only one outcome left for the soaring serpent. That was its entire body would be cut into two by Yi Fei. Even so, this soaring serpent did not die. Instead, it attacked Yi Fei. When the two swords came crashing down, it suddenly opened its mouth and spat out the poisonous dragon pearl. The dragon turtle immediately roared anxiously, as if reminding Yi Fei that this poisonous dragon pearl was the key to breaking through to the heavenly venerable realm. Yi Fei hesitated, and the heavy sword in his hand paused for a moment. The soaring serpent roared resentfully. This serpent king will remember you. We snakes are the most vengeful. You killed my servant and stole my poisonous dragon pearl. I will definitely not let you off. Hiss! As it spoke, the soaring serpent suddenly soared into the sky and charged into the darkness in the distance. Yi Fei's expression changed immediately. He had always thought that the soaring serpent was a special spirit weapon that the snake staff elder had captured and refined. Now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. The snake staff elder was the soaring serpent's servant. It was obvious that this soaring serpent had an extraordinary origin. The most important thing was that he did not know when it would return to take revenge. Yi Fei's killing intent instantly exploded. When he released the dragon turtle, Yi Fei roared loudly, "Big Black, chase after it. Use all your strength to chase after it." At this moment, Xiao Qiao had also transformed into a dozen vine whips and beat the nearby spirit rats until they fell to the ground, twitching. The dragon turtle hurriedly lowered its tail and hooked onto Xiao Qiao. At the same time, the tip of its tail was lifted into the air. Xiao Qiao followed the dragon turtle's tail and slid onto the dragon turtle's back. Xiao Qiao's eyes immediately sparkled. On the other hand, Yi Fei's mood was very gloomy. At this moment, he realized a very serious problem. That was the dragon turtle. Although the big fat dragon turtle ran extremely fast, the soaring serpent's fleeing speed seemed to be even faster than the dragon turtle's. After all, the soaring serpent was riding on the fog. The soaring serpent was originally a speed-type vicious beast. The dragon turtle was only at the martial god realm, but the soaring serpent was already at the earthly venerable realm. Now that it was injured, the soaring serpent unleashed its unprecedented potential. It rode on the clouds and the fog like the wind and lightning. In the beginning, the dragon turtle was still able to rely on the soaring serpent's demonic aura to barely follow behind it. However, as time passed, the demonic aura in the dragon turtle's body became more and more exhausted. Gradually, the dragon turtle began to stick out its tongue. Then it began to pant heavily. In the end, the dragon turtle's speed became slower and slower. No matter how Yi Fei urged it and how Xiao Qiao cheered it on, the dragon turtle was still forced to land on the ground. As for the soaring serpent, it had already disappeared. Only a faint smell of blood remained in the air. Yi Fei bitterly jumped off the dragon turtle's back. "Blackie, it looks like you really need to lose weight. You're a dragon after all, but you can't even compare to a snake. I feel ashamed for you." The dragon turtle's black face turned red. It lowered its head and looked very ashamed. Yi Fei couldn't bear to see it like this again. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just as Yi Fei was scolding the dragon turtle, Xiao Qiao also used his spiritual eye of heaven and earth to look around. Then, Xiao Qiao seemed to have discovered something. His eyes suddenly became very bright. He took off and suddenly ran in a direction. Usually when Xiao Qiao acted like this, it was most likely that he found something to eat in the surroundings. Chapter 2080. Who would have thought that in order to chase after that flying serpent, I would actually go so far into this thick fog. Also, the area of this thick fog seems to be endless. The deeper I go, the stronger the aura of the nearby vicious beasts. Even though the thick fog restricted Yi Fei's celestial qi and divine senses, Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle were not affected. Just now, it was Xiao Qiao who was the first to discover that in the direction that the flying serpent had escaped in, there was actually a hidden underground palace. Furthermore, the underground palace was emitting shocking waves of celestial qi. When Yi Fei arrived at the entrance of the underground palace, he discovered that it was actually another mountain peak. Around the mountain peak, there were a few buildings scattered around. Looks like this should also be the territory of the Medicine King Valley. The area of this herb mountain is also larger than I imagined. If not for the thick black fog surrounding it, this herb mountain would definitely be a treasure trove that various factions would fight over. Of course, it was also because of the presence of the thick black fog that Yi Fei was able to take advantage of it. The restrictive spells in this underground palace were very strong and seemed to have been set up by the Lord of Heaven. There were also signs that the vicious beasts had attacked it before. Unfortunately, they had not succeeded. This made Yi Fei even more excited about this underground palace. Squeak, squeak. Xiao Qiao ran to the entrance of the underground palace. First, he used his eye of heaven and earth to scan the surroundings. When he discovered that there was no danger, Xiao Qiao happily ran inside with his short legs. The dragon turtle was also in high spirits. It wagged its tail vigorously and circled around Xiao Qiao. In a daze, Yi Fei felt as if he was not looking at a turtle cub, but a dog cub. Yi Fei was speechless on the spot. He hurriedly ran after it. Even though Xiao Qiao could ignore the restrictive spell, this was under the condition that the spell was not controlled by anyone. If there were people or vicious beasts hiding in the dark and completely activating the spell, there could still be danger. Therefore, Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle rushed over at their fastest speed. They entered the secret underground palace. Pushing open the stone door, they saw that most of the items stored in the underground palace were elixirs. Of course, there were also some rare treasures that Medicine King's Valley had found on her mountain. At this moment, Xiao Qiao was staring at a huge rock, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Yi Fei was also shocked to discover that the rock was even bigger than a round table. It was actually a Tao comprehension stone. It was a pity that this enlightenment stone was different from the large green stone in the land. The large green stone had already become a spirit, but this huge enlightenment stone did not have any spirituality at all. This should be a Tao comprehension stone that failed to transform into a spirit. Yi Fei silently nodded his head. When he was in the Divine Star Academy, he had borrowed many books on spiritual attachment, and there were some that mentioned the problem of spiritual transformation. However, whether it was a spirit herb or a Tao enlightenment stone, there was a certain chance of failure if it wanted to transform into a spirit object. This was the heavenly tribulation of a spirit object. Once it failed to transform into a spirit, it would no longer have the possibility of transforming into a spirit object. It would only be reduced to an ordinary treasure. Xiao Qiao even went around the Tao comprehension stone and knocked on it with all his might. He discovered that this stone was not like the large green stone that could jump up and speak. Xiao Qiao immediately threw himself onto the stone and happily rolled around. At this moment, a black mouth impatiently stretched out and took a bite out of the huge Tao comprehension stone. Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao's faces instantly darkened. This stupid turtle, it ate too much and became too fat. A dignified dragon species actually couldn't outrun a snake. Thinking about the flying dragon serpent that had escaped, Yi Fei's heart was filled with sorrow. However, despite this sorrow, Yi Fei became extremely excited when he saw the dozens of large chests of elixirs in the underground palace. Most of these chests were filled with basic Shenli and law pills. It was obvious that this was a treasure trove used by the Medicine King Valley to store elixirs. More than half of the treasures here had already been taken away, leaving only about 20% of the ordinary elixirs here. Yi Fei speculated that it was very likely that when the darkness had invaded the vicinity of Herb Mountain, The Medicine King Valley had not been able to take away all the elixirs in time. They could only take away the most precious elixirs and treasures in advance, leaving behind the most basic and largest number of ordinary elixirs. They were forced to stay here. They were properly hidden. Usually, outsiders would not be able to find such a hidden treasure trove. If the flying dragon serpent had not coincidentally escaped here, and Yi Fei had not chased after it, they would not have discovered this hidden underground palace treasure trove. This is great. With these Shunli Dan and Law pills, when I return to the Earth Realm in the future, I won't have to worry about the people from the Earth Realm entering the Heaven Realm and suffering from the Heaven Realm seal. Yi Fei did not stand on ceremony and stored all the elixirs in the underground palace into his space belt. Then his eyes lit up as he realized that the decorations in the underground palace were all made of mystical bricks made of mystical stones. Yi Fei immediately felt bitter and hateful. He hurriedly called out to the dragon turtle and Xiao Qiao and said, "Xiao Qiao, big, black, don't be in a hurry to chew on the stones. Quickly come over and help. Let's knock down these mystical stones and take them away first. Oh, right. Dismantle those few stone pillars for me, too. These might be some kind of very high-grade refining material. I almost forgot about those mystical veins that maintain the operation of the array. In the Heaven Realm, setting up arrays and restrictions relied on mystical veins and the various martial arts laws condensed by warriors. Obviously, in order to protect this underground palace, when the Medicine King Valley retreated, they left behind a portion of their mystical veins to maintain the array and prevent vicious beasts from entering and looting the burning house. It was just that they could guard against the vicious beasts, but they could not guard against Yi Fei. Under Yi Fei's tireless influence, Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle had also developed a very good habit, which was to dig wherever they went. Very quickly, the mystical bricks in the entire underground palace that shone with mystical light had disappeared. The 4 huge stone pillars that supported the underground palace had also been cut down by Yi Fei with his heavy sword. He directly threw them outside and piled them up. Rumble! Without the support of the stone pillars, the underground palace suddenly began to shake violently, and there were obvious signs of it collapsing. Yi Fei hurriedly brought Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle and ran outside. However, just as they ran to the door, Yi Fei unexpectedly discovered that the material of this stone door was also very special. In for a penny, in for a pound, Yi Fei tore down the stone door as well. Carrying the huge stone door, he rushed out. Behind him was the sound of the entire underground palace collapsing as it lost its support. This could be considered as completely destroying the evidence that he had robbed this underground palace. Even if the Medicine King Valley asks in the future, I can just say that this underground palace was destroyed by the vicious beasts and has nothing to do with me. However, I still have to think of a way to get rid of these stone doors and pillars as soon as possible. Yi Fei had a gratified look on his face and secretly admired his own foresight. Just now, when he used his heavy sword to dismantle the stone door, he unexpectedly discovered that this thing was actually a material that could improve the quality of the black iron heavy sword, Heaven Mystical Stone. Chapter 2081. At this time, almost 3 days had passed since Yi Fei had entered the dark fog. Jiangzhen had almost gone crazy in these 3 days. During the day, the dark fog and the vicious beasts in the fog would completely disappear. They had searched the entire Her Mountain, but could not find any trace of Yi Fei. At night, the dark fog would appear again, and the roars of the vicious beasts would come from within. Jiangzhen had once tried to enter and search for Yi Fei's whereabouts. However, Lin Chun and Lin Ge knew very well that it would be useless even if a heaven monarch could enter without using any martial arts or special abilities. Hence, they held Jiangzhen back tightly. Every night, the 3 of them would wait outside the dark fog, hoping for a miracle. That was because they could wait until Yi Fei returned. After all, the number of people in Black Rock Peak was already awkward. If Yi Fei was missing, it would be even more awkward with just the 3 of them. While waiting, Lin Chun and Lin Gui did not forget about the important matter at hand. They had begun to win over the independent cultivators in the vicinity. Because this was once the territory of the Medicine King Valley, there were many independent cultivators gathered around Black Rock Peak. Many of them were earthly venerables. If they were willing to put in some effort to nurture them, Black Rock Peak would be able to pull together a decent team of heavenly venerables within 10 years. Lin Gui was better at making friends. Jiang Zhen and Lin Shun decided to let Lin Gui go out and be responsible for recruiting the talents of the independent cultivators in the vicinity. On the other hand, Jiang Zhen and Lin Shun continued to wait on the mountain every night to investigate the strangeness of Herb Mountain's dark fog. After waiting for a few more days, they still did not see any signs of Yi Fei coming out. Lin Shun finally lost all hope. It's over. Looks like Brother Yi is really doomed. Shut up. Yi Fei will be fine. He came from the same place as senior brother Du Tian. No, I have to go in and find him. In Jiang Zhen's eyes, Yi Fei was not only very similar to Du Tian, but also came from the same place. He was like his nephew. How could he just stand by and watch Yi Fei die? He did not know whether Yi Fei was dead or alive. As Jiang Zhen spoke, he was about to enter the dark fog again. Lin Chen's expression instantly changed, and he hurriedly urged, "Senior Jiang, please calm down. You're the only ruler of our Black Rock Peak, and the only hope of the Divine Star Academy. If even you die, what will happen to the Black Rock Peak? What will happen to the Divine Star Academy? But I can't just leave him to die. How about this? Let's wait for another 3 days. If Yi Fei doesn't come out by then, I'll go with you." Lin Chen clenched his teeth. He would definitely delay Jiang Zhen for the time being. He was secretly praying for a miracle. Unfortunately, a miracle did not appear. Instead, at this moment, heavy footsteps could be heard coming from the dark fog. It was as if a mountain was walking out of the darkness. Not good. Could it be that the range of this dark fog is going to expand? Lin Chen pulled a long face. The dark fog had already occupied the entire medicinal field. If it continued to expand, it would occupy the entire medicinal hall. It was also because of this concern that the Valley of the Medicine Masters abandoned this mountain and moved elsewhere. What are you afraid of? If the vicious beasts inside dare to come out, Jiang Zhen, will slap them to death. Jiang Zhen's body exploded with a strong aura of a ruler, trying to intimidate the beast in the dark. However, the beast turned a blind eye to it and continued to approach with heavy footsteps. Only the rumbling of footsteps could be heard, and the surrounding dark fog suddenly dispersed. Following that, a huge tortoise's head emerged from within. On the back of the black tortoise, there were 4 huge stone pillars. Behind the stone pillars, there was a very small figure carrying a 5 to 6 meter tall stone door that weighed 10,000 jin. He walked out unhurriedly. Yi Fei. When Jiang Zhen saw Yi Fei, he was both surprised and happy. My God, has Brother Yi gone mad from poverty? He went in for so many days, and instead of searching for treasures, he came back with a stone door. That's not right. That stone door seems to be some kind of divine material. After all, Lin Shan came from a large family, so his eyesight was still very strong. Yi Fei also threw the stone door to the ground, panting. He revealed a relieved smile and said, "Good eyesight. These are indeed divine materials, and they happen to be useful to me, so I brought them back." Jiang Zhen's eyes lit up as he stared at the stone door and said, "This is sky black stone. Its hardness is astonishing, comparable to black iron. The door to my Divine Star Academy's treasury is made of this stone. Yi Fei, could it be that you found some kind of treasury inside?" Lin Chen's eyes also lit up as he stared at Yi Fei. Yi Fei's face was simple and honest as he nodded and said, "That's right, I did find the hidden treasury of the Medicine Master's Valley. However, most of the treasures in the treasury were taken away by the Medicine Master's Valley, and the rest were ruined by the vicious beasts. I saw that this door and pillar were still passable, so I reluctantly carried them back." Yes. He did not intend to tell anyone about the robbery of the Medicine Master's Valley's treasury. It was not that he did not trust Jiang Zhen and Lin Shun, but this matter was not easy to explain. Jiang Jun and Lin Chen did not ask any further. Compared to the treasures, they were more concerned about the dark fog. This was the most important matter that concerned whether they could settle down here. Yifei, why did you go in for so long? Have you found out what happened in the dark fog? Jiang Jun hurriedly asked. Yifei shook his head, his face ugly. I have no way to find out. This dark fog gave me a feeling that it was endless. Its range far exceeded the range of the entire Black Rock Peak. All right, I forgot to tell you. This dark fog will suddenly disappear during the day. Even a mountain's land that was swallowed by the darkness will disappear along with it. Lin Chen interrupted and told them about the strange things they had discovered during the day. Yifei was even more surprised. If the darkness disappeared during the day, then where did he go for so many days? All kinds of mysteries lingered in the minds of the three, but no one could give a reasonable explanation. In the end, it was Jiang Jun who suggested that they temporarily put this question aside and wait for Lin Gui to return. This time, Lin Gui went down the mountain not only to rope in the wandering practitioners, but also to investigate the strange situation of her mountain. Calculating the time, it was about time for Lin Gui to return to the mountain. But after waiting for a long time, Lin Gui still did not return. It was only the next day that Lin Gui limped back to Black Rock Peak. His face was green and red, and it was obvious that he had been beaten up. Yifei and Jiang Jun were shocked. Lin Chen stood up in anger and asked, Lin Gui, who beat you up? Do you think there is no one in the Lin family? Chapter 2082. In the Bayou Nation, other than the large and small forces, there were more rogue cultivators. Some of these rogue cultivators were born and bred, while others came from the outside world. It was better for those who were born and bred, as they did not have any special opportunities or strong forces to nurture them. Being able to break through to the earthly venerable realm was already considered a miracle. However, the martial artists who wandered in from the outside were different. Some of them were celestial venerables and even sovereign realm experts. The Blood Wolf gang took advantage of this. While Lin Gui went down the mountain to recruit rogue cultivators, they suddenly arranged for more than a dozen wandering celestial venerables to surround Lin Gui and beat him up. If I hadn't seen that the situation was bad and fought my way out, I would have been beaten to death by the Blood Wolf gang. All right, the Blood Wolf gang has a message for you. Lin Gui looked hesitant. Yifei looked at him strangely. What is it? Just say it. Then I'll say it. The Blood Wolf gang said that you have 3 days to kneel outside the Blood Wolf gang and kowtow to Blood Sky Wolf. If you don't, he can guarantee that our Black Rock Peak won't last more than half a year before it collapses. Lin Gui's face was filled with anger. What? Half a year? Just a mere Blood Wolf gang? Lin Chen was furious. Jiang Jun's face was ashen. The Lin family and the Divine Star Academy were both grade 8 forces that had produced the Lord of Heaven. Even if they were in dire straits, they could not tolerate a mere grade 6 Blood Wolf gang bullying them. Hearing this, Yifei's eyes flashed with a cold light. However, he did not have the strength and influence to go against the Blood Wolf gang. Even if he was angry, it was useless. The key is that I am strong enough. Lin Gui, find someone to tell Shui Tianlang that when I break through to the Sovereign Realm, I will personally go to the Blood Wolf gang and cut off his head. Yifei said coldly. Lin Gui smiled bitterly. This is the second thing I want to tell you. Shui Tianlang has already made his move. Other than sending people to beat me and warn us, he also ordered people to chase away all the rogue cultivators around us. Now, there are only 4 of us within 100 miles of the Black Rock Peak. What? With just the 4 of us, how are we going to recruit troops and expand our forces? Jiang Jun and Lin Chen suddenly stood up. Yifei also felt that Blood Sky Wolf was too vicious. However, the Blood Wolf gang did not break the rules and attack Black Rock Peak. Instead, they were gradually dismantling all of Black Rock Peak's resources from the side. The current Black Rock Peak had neither manpower nor resources, not to mention half a year of protection, even if it was a year or 10 years, Under the relentless suppression of the Blood Wolf gang, Black Rock Peak would not be able to develop at all. For a moment, Jiang Zhen, Lin Shun, and Lin Gui all frowned. Yifei also looked at them apologetically. I've implicated you this time. Why don't I withdraw from Black Rock Peak? What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone had killed their way here, so they were not afraid of death. Don't tell me you're afraid of the Blood Wolf gang. Don't mention this again. Jiang Zhen glared. Yes, in the Imperial City, we are sworn enemies, but in Black Rock Peak, we are in the same boat. Besides, even if you leave, Blood Sky Wolf will still destroy us when the half-year is up. Since resistance is death, compromise is also death. We two brothers would rather die standing. Lin Shun and Lin Gui said. Lin Shun and Lin Chen also expressed their views. Yifei also felt warm in his heart. Just as they said, regardless of whether they were enemies or friends in the past, they were now a whole since the establishment of Black Rock Peak. Since the Blood Wolf gang was bought over by the Imperial family of the Imperial City and was determined to deal with them, it was not Yifei's style to admit defeat and retreat without a fight. Seeing that everyone was of the same mind, Yifei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He suddenly smiled and said, Blood Sky Wolf's knowledge is still a little shallow. You should know that in the world of martial artists, the strong are always respected. 100 heavenly venerables are not as good as a ruler. Actually, I've long wanted to say this. Why should we bother? Not to mention that we don't have the resources to recruit people. We don't have the energy either. Jiang Zhen and the other two did not speak, only listening attentively. Yifei said in a low voice, In my hometown, there's a saying that goes, quality is more important than quantity. Instead of wasting time to rebuild our forces, why don't we exchange resources and break through to the ruler realm as soon as possible? This way, even if there are only 4 of us in Black Rock Peak, we will have 4 strongest rulers. The deterrent force will definitely be stronger than 400 heavenly venerables. Jiang Zhen's expression changed. All become the strongest rulers? Yifei, are you saying that you want me to spread the 9 revolutions divine star art? Lin Shun and Lin Gui were greatly moved. The Lin family was strong in heavenly venerables and weak in rulers. If they could obtain the 9 revolutions divine star art and break through to the ruler realm, their battle strength would be incomparably strong. Not to mention 1 against 10, but 1 against 4 or 5 wouldn't be a problem. At that time, even though there were only 4 people in Black Rock Peak, the power they could erupt with would definitely be more terrifying than 10 or 20 ordinary rulers working together. Yifei would never have suggested this at the start, but it was different now. The Blood Wolf gang had already bullied them to the top. If they continued to develop their forces according to conventional methods, it would obviously not work. Other than increasing the strength of the 4 to the greatest extent, Yifei could not think of any other way. He had come to break the situation. Now it was up to Lin Shun and Jiang Zhen whether they could put down their burdens, take out their martial arts together, and exchange them. Jiang Zhen and Lin Shun were also rooted to the spot. One moment, they were bitterly thinking, and the next moment, they were incomparably conflicted. In the end, they could not make up their minds. Yifei was too lazy to care. After all, he had already provided the method to break the situation. Whether or not they could accept, it was up to Jiang Zhen and Lin Shun. Lin Gui, come with me for a moment. Yifei called Lin Gui to the side. While treating Lin Gui's injuries, he also asked Lin Gui about the information he had obtained from her mountain. The result was very depressing. Not long after Lin Gui left the mountain, he was beaten up and forced to flee. He had no choice but to take the long way back to Black Rock Peak. In addition, the rogue cultivators in the surrounding area had all been forced and lured away by the Blood Wolf gang. There was not a single person in a 100-mile radius. How could Lin Gui have obtained any information? Moreover, after this beating, Lin Gui refused to leave the mountain no matter what. He had been able to escape the first time out of pure luck, but he might not be so lucky the second time. Yifei was even more depressed. If Lin Gui refuses to leave the mountain, do you want me to personally go down the mountain and ask? But he had no choice. After all, the escaped flying serpent was still a hidden danger. If he didn't get rid of this hidden danger, Yi Fei would feel uneasy. Chapter 2083. Jiang Zhen and Lin Shun, on the other hand, had put aside their differences after a night of intense struggle. Jiang Zhen was the first to speak. Lin Shun, we can let you cultivate the 9 revolutions divine star art, but you have to swear not to spread it, not even to your family. In exchange, you have to take out all the Lin family's martial arts. Sure, Lin Chen nodded happily. Although it was a little painful to hand over the Lin family's martial arts, it was still a gain to receive the strongest sovereign cultivation technique. Seeing that Lin Shun had agreed, Lin Gui, who wasn't strong enough and didn't have enough prestige, wouldn't object. However, Lin Gui was a little quick-witted. Seeing that Jiang Zhen and Lin Shun had reached a compromise, he suddenly pouted at Yi Fei. Brother Yi, Senior Jiang, and I have already shared our martial arts. As for the martial arts, shouldn't we take them out and study them together? Yes, Brother Ye's martial arts must be extraordinary. Lin Shen stared at Yi Fei. He was envious of Yi Fei's abnormal physical strength. He had been envious for a long time. Yi Fei was so angry that he kicked Lin Gui. Scram! I was kind enough to help you treat your injuries, but you tricked me. Lin Gui sneered. Didn't you make me take the blame for you in the land of termination last time? I was so pissed back then, Yi Fei didn't expect Lin Gui to bring this up. He could only hand over his martial arts. After all, he was the one who had suggested this. If he didn't hand it over, the whole thing would be over. However, he didn't have any special martial arts. The 8 extreme Heavenly Dragon and Heart Sword were Heavenly Venerate martial arts. The Overlord Halberd and Moonfall, on the other hand, could become sovereign martial arts when cultivated to the limit, but they were the weakest. Lin Shun and Lin Gui were shocked to find that Yi Fei, who was the strongest among them, didn't have any martial arts. He didn't even have a sovereign martial art. As for the golden body of laws, although Yi Fei had also taken it out, Jiang Zhen and the others were dumbfounded after taking a few glances at it. This was because in order to cultivate the golden body of laws, one had to walk the path of despair and cultivate the sovereign divine body. What was more terrifying was that this cultivation skill required the cultivator to reach the earthly sovereign realm. Only 100,000 kilograms of divine power could be cultivated. Just by looking at these conditions, Lin Shun and Lin Gui's faces turned green. When they saw that to cultivate the first level, one would need to consume 1,000 Xian veins, they were even more perverted. They no longer had any interest in cultivating the skill. Even as the strongest genius of the Imperial City's Lin family, Lin Shen's physical strength was too weak. It was only a little more than 50,000 kilograms. Not to mention cultivating the golden body of laws, it was difficult for him to even wield the black iron heavy sword without using his dark force. Yi Fei, on the other hand, was surprised to discover that he was the one who had benefited the most from this exchange. Not only had he obtained the Divine Star Academy's 5 Lightning Divine Clock, he had also obtained the Lin Clan's Divine Fluttering Snow Technique. Lin Shun and Lin Gui were also very happy. Not only had they obtained the strongest Sovereign Realm technique, the 9 Revolving Divine Star Art, they had also completely dissolved the barrier between them. Now that we have the martial arts and cultivation method, and we still have a few million profound stones, it should be enough to barely break through to the Sovereign Realm. The most important thing right now is how to get the Sovereign God Pellet. Breaking through to the Sovereign Realm carried a certain amount of risk. If one failed once, it would be very difficult to condense another Fate Wheel and break through to the Sovereign Realm. In the Heaven Realm, the Sovereign Realm was the first hurdle that martial artists had to cross. If they could cross it, they would be able to control their own fate. If they couldn't cross it, they could only be controlled by their own fate. They would be stuck in the Heavenly Venerate Realm for the rest of their lives and die depressed. Therefore, any martial artist would be extremely cautious when breaking through to the Sovereign Realm. They would also be fully prepared. The Sovereign God Pellet was a pill created by the Heaven Realm's alchemists to increase the success rate of breaking through to the Sovereign Realm. It was said that a single sovereign god pellet could increase a martial artist's chances of breaking through to the sovereign realm by half. If one used spirit attachment, the chances would increase even more. This also made the sovereign god pellet extremely difficult to obtain. When this matter was brought up, Yi Fei was incomparably depressed. In the imperial city hunt, he had obtained first place and could have obtained the sovereign god pellet. In the end, because of the imperial family's sudden falling out, that sovereign god pellet naturally went up in smoke. On the other hand, Jiang Zhen gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "You don't have to worry about the sovereign god pellet. I'll go out now and find out where to buy it. At the same time, I'll also find out about the specific situation of this herb mountain. If I don't understand the black fog, I won't be at ease." Hearing that Jiang Zhen was going, Lin Shun and Lin Gui were very happy. After all, if they went out, they might be surrounded by people arranged by the Bloodwolf gang. But if Jiang Zhen went out and the Bloodwolf gang dared to appear, they could only be pressed to the ground and beaten up. After all, the title of the strongest sovereign realm expert in the Divine Star Academy wasn't given for nothing. At this time, Yi Fei also thought of something and said to Jiang Zhen, "Senior Jiang, I'll have to trouble you to help me find out about another matter. We're in the heaven realm. Are there people who are slaves to snakes? Slaves to vicious beasts? Using beasts to enslave people? That's strange. All right, I'll help you find out." Jiang Zhen put on a cloak and a bamboo hat and quickly walked down the mountain in a low-key manner. At this time, the sky was already bright. That strange black fog had also silently disappeared. Similarly, the mountain behind the Black Rock Peak and the large amount of medicinal fields had also disappeared. Seeing this, Yi Fei clicked his tongue in wonder. However, he was more or less relieved. After walking out of the exit of the black fog, he had only discovered the Black Rock Peak. If there weren't any other hidden exits, then as long as he stood guard here, he wouldn't have to worry about the flying serpent sneaking away. Watching Jiang Zhen leave the mountain, Lin Shun and Lin Gui were already excitedly holding the 9 Revolutions Divine Star technique and hiding in a corner to study it. Yi Fei went to the medicinal fields and directly sat down at the entrance of the black fog. While instructing Xiao Qiao to keep watch, he also took out the 9 Revolutions Divine Star technique and silently comprehended it. Martial arts techniques became harder and harder to comprehend as one progressed. Even with the undying sword soul, Yi Fei still spent more than a month to comprehend this technique to 80% or 90%. Now that Jiang Zhen had left the mountain, there was nothing to do on the mountain. Yi Fei planned to make use of the time to comprehend the remaining 20% as quickly as possible. Then, he would start cultivating and break through to the Dominator realm as soon as possible. Jiang Zhen left the mountain for a total of 3 days. During this time, the area of the Black Fog's invasion was clearly showing signs of expanding. On the first day, the Black Fog only covered a quarter of the medicinal fields. However, 3 days later, this area had unknowingly expanded to a third of the medicinal fields. At this rate, not to mention half a year, the entire Black Rock Peak would be completely swallowed up in 1 or 2 months' time. Xue Tianlang is obviously very familiar with the situation here. That's why he dared to say that we would collapse in less than half a year. This means that I have to break through to the Dominator realm within 2 months at the latest. Only then will I have the strength to protect myself. Yi Fei looked at the scroll with a serious expression. The scroll in his hand sank into a deeper and crazier state of comprehension. Unknowingly, another day had passed. Chapter 2084. Jiang Zhen came back with a strong anger on his body, which made Yi Fei very surprised. Lin Shun and Lin Gui also came out to welcome him in shock. What's going on? There are very few sovereigns among the itinerant cultivators. Did the Bloodwolf gang really go all out to invite the sovereigns among the itinerant cultivators? A sovereign could already establish a decent 5th-rank family. Therefore, there were very few sovereigns who were itinerant cultivators. Even if there were, they would have already been roped in by other factions. Hence, itinerant sovereigns were very rare in the Baiyan nation. One had to pay a hefty price to invite these itinerant sovereigns. Yi Fei's face darkened as he asked, "How much did the Blood Wolf gang pay to invite these itinerant sovereigns?" If they were itinerant sovereigns invited by the Blood Wolf gang, I wouldn't have killed them in a fit of rage. Jiang Zhen shook his head as he recounted his experience. Although Jiang Zhen had kept a low profile when he left the mountain and had even disguised himself, the Blood Wolf gang wasn't easy to deal with either. He had chased away all the itinerant cultivators in the vicinity in order to isolate the Black Rock Peak completely. He had also kept a close eye on the Black Rock Peak's every move. No matter how low Jiang Zhen had kept a low profile, he had still been recognized the moment he left the mountain. However, the heavenly venerate itinerant cultivators that the Blood Wolf gang had bribed didn't dare attack Jiang Zhen. They had all scattered in all directions in fear. Just as Jiang Zhen thought that his sovereign cultivation had already subdued these itinerant cultivators, a few more powerful sovereigns walked out from within the Blood Wolf gang. These sovereigns weren't from the Blood Wolf gang. They were assassins sent by the Sky River Imperial family specifically to assassinate Yi Fei and the others. These assassins didn't seem to fear death. It seemed as though they had no intention of leaving the Bayou Nation alive. Of course, on the surface, they had been hunted down by the Sky River Imperial family and had fled into the Bayou Nation as refugees. Even the Clear Cloud Pavilion couldn't do anything about this. They could only turn a blind eye and allow these sovereigns to barge in. Madame Ming's face suddenly appeared in Yi Fei's mind. Only this woman could have such a meticulous plan. She was the only one who could have such a meticulous plan. That's the situation. Those sovereigns really don't want to live anymore. They even seem to have found a way to counter the 9 revolutions divine star art. If I hadn't exchanged martial arts techniques with you before I left the mountain, I'm afraid I would have been in deep trouble this time. Jiang Zhen rejoiced. In the battle at the foot of the mountain a few days ago, he had almost relied on the combination of the Lin family's divine fluttering snow technique and the 9 revolutions divine star technique to escape danger. Hearing this, Lin Chun was also scared. Suddenly, he said dejectedly, "So, Senior Jiang, you're also blocked by the Blood Wolf gang like Lin Gui, unable to get in touch with other forces?" If that was the case, then they would be completely isolated by the Blood Wolf gang on the Black Rock Peak. Even if no one dared to break the iron law of the Bayou Nation and attack the Black Rock Peak for the next 6 months, the Blood Wolf gang would not dare to do so. Staying on the mountain and not being able to go down was no different from being trapped in a hopeless situation. Jiang Zhen said in a low voice, "This is the second thing I want to tell you. After killing those lackeys sent by the royal family, in a fit of anger, I took their heads and went to Clear Cloud Pavilion to reason with them." This was also the reason why Jiang Zhen had been gone for so long. He carried the heads and ran to the Clear Cloud Pavilion to complain. He also exposed the Blood Wolf gang's crime of exploiting the loopholes in the rules to oppress the Black Rock Peak. Furthermore, it wasn't just a single complaint, but a public complaint in front of many people. In this case, the Clear Cloud Pavilion has no choice but to deal with it. The Blood Wolf gang has already received a warning from the Lord of Heaven of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. If they collude with other nations again, the Blood Wolf gang will be removed from the Bayou Nation. The Blood Wolf gang has also promised that they will not use the loopholes in the rules to target us for the next 6 months. Hearing this, Lin Chun and Lin Gui were overjoyed. Isn't this good? As long as the Blood Wolf gang does not target us, we can develop our forces normally. After half a year, it's still unknown who will emerge victorious. Jiang Zhen sneered. "It's too early for you to be happy." That's right, the Clear Cloud Pavilion did warn the Blood Wolf gang. But unfortunately, we have been blacklisted by the Clear Cloud Pavilion. The Sovereign Spiritual Pill was originally worth 5 million magnetite, but now they are asking for 10 million magnetite each. What? 10 million? Lin Chun and Lin Gui hurriedly checked their spatial belts, but their expressions turned ugly when they realized that they did not even have 3 million magnetite. Yi Fei also looked at the beast-marked spatial belt with a guilty conscience. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. 10 days ago, he had dug out all the magnetite bricks in the underground palace's treasury. In the end, before he could even warm them up, he could not even see the remnants of the bricks. On the other hand, Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle were constantly burping, looking as if they had eaten too much. Yi Fei suddenly had the urge to cry. Heavens, 10 million for one elixir. With the three of us, that's 30 million. Where are we going to find so many magnetite? Even if we still have a few mystic veins that can gather the mystic energy of heaven and earth and refine magnetite, we won't be able to gather so many magnetite without 300 to 500 years. Lin Chun and Lin Gui said. They were so expensive that their hands and feet turned cold. Yi Fei also sighed. This was all caused by their impulsiveness. Even though Jiang Zhen's impulsiveness had finally made the Blood Wolf gang restrain themselves, they had unintentionally offended the Colossus that was the Clear Cloud Pavilion. All right, Yi Fei, I've also heard about the snake slaves that you asked me to find. It said that in the Western Qi nation, there's a tribe that worships the snake god. They worship snakes and are willing to become snake slaves. However, that tribe has been extinct for a long time. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. During the Clear Cloud Peaks examination, that snake master seemed to have a poisonous snake. He seems to have raised a venomous flying serpent. Could he be a snake slave? Jiang Zhen suddenly thought of this matter and felt a little strange. Lin Chun and Lin Gui pulled a long face. Senior Jiang, why do you still care about snake slaves? We're about to fall into a hopeless situation. I'm sorry. We're not about to. We're already in a hopeless situation. I've also heard about the Herb Mountain from the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Jiang Zhen's expression suddenly became very gloomy. According to the people of the Clear Cloud Pavilion, the dark fog had already existed since the founding of the Baiyun Nation. Moreover, any mountain that was invaded by the fog would disappear for decades to centuries. Therefore, any mountain that appeared in the fog would be called a forbidden land. It's called a forbidden land. The forces that exist there must evacuate immediately. Otherwise, when the darkness invades, they will disappear along with the mountain. All right, I've also heard that the place where the darkness invaded last time was the mountain of a 7th grade force. Unfortunately, that force did not believe it and refused to evacuate. As a result, the entire force was swallowed by the darkness one night. It was not until 50 years ago, when the darkness retreated and the mountain reappeared, that people discovered that there were piles of skeletons in the mountain. Jiang Zhen's words made Yi Fei's hair stand on end. He had already known about it. The darkness of the Herb Mountain was very strange, but he did not expect it to be strange to such a degree. A powerful 7th grade force was annihilated just like that. Did the Clear Cloud Pavilion not reveal the specific reason for the formation of the dark fog? Chapter 2085. After the Clear Cloud Pavilion's warning, the Blood Wolf gang calmed down and no longer interfered with the normal development of Black Rock Peak. Even the rogue cultivators who were forced to leave were released and settled down around Black Rock Peak. Lin Chun and Lin Gui were very happy and temporarily forgot their worries. The two of them began to recruit these rogue cultivators. After all, a true force, other than the core experts, still needed a large number of ordinary people. The Lin brothers didn't expect these rogue cultivators to accompany them through fire and water. But as long as they could gather manpower, plant spirit herbs, and mine divine materials, Black Rock Peak might be able to continue its normal development. Yi Fei didn't object. After all, he wasn't interested in forming a force. If he had the time, he might as well start cultivating the 9 Revolutions Divine Star Art and the 5 Lightning Divine Clock. These 2 divine abilities were top-notch even in the entire Qing province. When Yi Fei cultivated them, it naturally wouldn't be as easy as other martial arts. Jiang Zhen stayed by Yi Fei's side and gave Yi Fei any necessary pointers at any time. After a few more days, Lin Chun and Lin Gui returned dejectedly. They had been out for a few days, using the mystical stones to pave the way. They thought that they would be able to recruit countless subordinates, but unexpectedly, not a single rogue cultivator was willing to accept their recruitment. Later on, They found out that they were all frightened by the threat of the Blood Wolf Gang. Moreover, the Blood Wolf Gang had publicly announced the strangeness of the dark fog. Even the rogue cultivators knew about it. The rogue cultivators weren't stupid. They naturally wouldn't work for a force that was destined to be destroyed. When Jiang Zhen heard this news, he was filled with self-blame. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been impulsive and ran to the Clear Cloud Pavilion to cause trouble, they wouldn't have raised the price of the Sovereign God pill so much. Yi Fei shook his head. Senior Jiang, this has nothing to do with you. Even if you didn't cause trouble, we wouldn't be able to afford 5 million Sovereign God pellets. Unless you're willing to sell your martial arts and cultivation methods. Lin Chun said decisively, no, we've already taken out our martial arts to exchange. That's the limit. The Lin family's martial arts can't be sold. But if we don't sell them, where will we get the profound stones to cultivate? Where will we get the divine pills to break through to the Sovereign God pill? With the profound stones we have, it's not even enough to maintain our normal cultivation. Lin Gui frowned. Cultivating martial arts and divine abilities consumed a lot of profound energy. Once one's profound energy was depleted and there were no profound stones to quickly replenish it, the speed of absorbing the profound energy of heaven and earth was rather slow. It might take a few days or a few months to recover. Needless to say, breaking through to the sovereign realm required a large amount of profound energy as support. Jiang Zhen and the other two understood this point and were completely at their wits' end. Then, they looked at Yi Fei at the same time. They didn't say anything, but their eyes were filled with anticipation. Yi Fei was speechless. Is this Blackrock Peak yours or mine? Why is it that every time there's a problem, I have to solve it? Although he was speechless, Yi Fei was the same in the martial arts exchange a few days ago. He didn't sell any of his divine arts, but he obtained the Lin family's and Divine Star Academy's cultivation techniques. He took a huge advantage. At this time, Lin Chun and the others were in a difficult situation. Yi Fei was also embarrassed to watch from the sidelines. He could only nod his head gloomily. Fine, I'm afraid of you. Leave the matter of the Sovereign God pellet to me. Even if he couldn't solve it, Xiao Chao could. After all, Xiao Chao was a natural-born spirit augmentation master, and a very high-level one at that. After discussing with Lin Chun and the others for a while, Yi Fei once again walked into the dark fog. Without any outsiders, Xiao Chao babbled and pulled the dragon turtle's tail as she ran out, looking for those spirit mice to play with. This immediately caused all the earth spirit mice in the medicine field to jump up and down. They all shouted in rat language in fear. Heavens, that cruel human brought that cruel little girl in again. What sin did we commit? We were just guarding the medicine field and eating more spirit herbs. And that black turtle, it's not a good thing either. The earth spirit mice cursed and swore, but they had no choice but to endure Xiao Chao's abuse. Yi Fei pretended not to see and took out the enlightenment stone that Xiao Chao found. Unfortunately, the enlightenment stone that was the size of a round table had been gnawed by Xiao Chao and the dragon turtle until it was the size of a palm. While Yi Fei was depressed, his heart was moved. He hurriedly called Xiao Chao over and said, Xiao Chao, can you attach a spirit to this enlightenment stone? The enlightenment stone could help warriors comprehend the Tao and better understand cultivation techniques and divine abilities. This kind of treasure was very precious, whether in the earth realm or the heaven realm. Furthermore, the Tao comprehension stone was a natural treasure and was extremely valuable in the heaven realm. Furthermore, Yi Fei had seen the Divine Star Academy's spiritual enhancement book, and it had mentioned that the Tao comprehension stone that had been enhanced with spiritual enhancement was not only rare, but also extremely expensive. Perhaps, once this small enlightenment stone was sold, he could buy 3 sovereign god pills. However, when he heard that Yi Fei wanted to sell the enlightenment stone, Xiao Chao immediately stammered and looked very unhappy. After all, the enlightenment stone was also very delicious. Xiao Chao stared at Yi Fei with big watery eyes. He stared so hard that Yi Fei felt as if he had done something wrong. However, for the sake of the sovereign god pill, Yi Fei still braced himself and comforted Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao, it's wrong to eat the enlightenment stone. Look, don't we have a big blue stone? It's also an enlightenment stone that has become a spirit. If he heard this, he would definitely be very sad. Moreover, this enlightenment stone with spirit augmentation can be sold for tens of millions of Xian stones without a problem. Boom! Before Yi Fei could finish comforting him, Xiao Qiao's eyes were already burning with a raging fire when he heard that this stone could be sold for tens of millions of Xian stones. Without another word, he took the enlightenment stone and began to attach a spirit to it seriously. Yi Fei and the dragon turtle were speechless when they saw this. Obviously, compared to the enlightenment stone, Xiao Qiao liked to eat Xian stones the most. Moreover, he liked to eat large amounts of Xian stones. Therefore, Xiao Qiao was very serious this time, which was rare for him. Not only did he use all the amplification divine imprints that he had learned in the Divine Star Academy, he even inscribed a rare third-level divine imprint. When Yi Fei held the third-level enlightenment stone that Xiao Qiao had inscribed and felt the almost surging heavenly Tao aura, Yi Fei actually had the illusion that the comprehension ability that this enlightenment stone could increase actually had a trace of the undying sword soul attribute. And this kind of enlightenment stone was no longer just a heavenly Tao and a sovereign. Even if it was the Lord of Heaven who used it, it would still greatly increase his comprehension ability. I just don't know how much this enlightenment stone can be sold for. Yi Fei pondered in his heart. After Xiao Qiao finished inscribing these divine imprints, he ran off to catch spirit rats with the dragon turtle. Yi Fei waited until daybreak before hurriedly descending the mountain and heading in the direction of Qingyun City. The so-called Qingyun City was a city built by the Qingyun Pavilion on some mountain peaks. These cities were scattered all over the Baiyu Nation and formed a commercial district. Previously, Jiang Zhen had brought a human head to Qingyun City to cause trouble in public. This alarmed the higher-ups of the Qingyun Pavilion, and they quickly dealt with the rule-breaking actions of the Bloodwolf Gang. However, because of this, the higher-ups of the Qingyun Pavilion also had a bad impression of the Blackrock Peak. That was why they deliberately raised the price of the Sovereign God Pill. Chapter 2086. Along the way, he was prepared to deal with any surprise attacks from the imperial family of the Sky River at any time. However, the journey was peaceful. Yi Fei didn't know that after Jiang Zhen caused trouble, the Green Cloud Pavilion had ordered the bloodthirsty wolf to cripple all the rulers of the other empires. Because of this, the bloodthirsty wolf not only became estranged from the imperial family, but also hated the Blackrock Peak to the core. Under the pressure of Clear Cloud Pavilion, Blood Sky Wolf didn't dare to take advantage of Blackrock Peak. However, the Blood Wolf Gang still arranged a large number of people to monitor Blackrock Peak's every move. Soon, the news of Lin Chen's failed recruitment and Yi Fei leaving the mountain reached Blood Sky Wolf's ears. Blood Sky Wolf was ecstatic. Great! That little bastard is finally forced out. Watch how I'm going to kill you this time. Gang leader, this isn't right. Jiang Zhen has already made a big deal out of it. Clear Cloud Pavilion has already given us a warning. If we make a move now, even if we kill Yi Fei, Clear Cloud Pavilion can destroy us with a single finger. That's right. Black Rock Peak is already at the end of its rope. There's no need to wait for the half-year protection period. At most, in a month or two, when the darkness engulfs the entire mountain, they will collapse on their own. The Blood Wolf Gang's imperial family members tried to persuade Blood Sky Wolf. Blood Sky Wolf was also hesitant. No matter how strong the Blood Wolf Gang was compared to Clear Cloud Pavilion, it was like an ant compared to a mountain. If he offended Clear Cloud Pavilion, he wouldn't have a good life in the Baiyu Nation. Although he wanted to strangle Yi Fei to death, Blood Sky Wolf could only suppress his anger. That kid is lucky. We'll let him live for another month or two. However, he left the mountain this time, either to buy something or to beg for help. Pass down my orders. Whoever dares to sell something to that kid in Clear Cloud City will have to pay with my blood. Against the Blood Wolf Gang, this won't do. I'll have to deal with those major forces personally to prevent that kid from buying Sovereign Divine pills. Clearly, Heavenly Blood Wolf knew how strong Blackrock Peak was. Not to mention Jiangjun, just Yifei, Lin Shun, and Lin Gui would be a huge threat if they broke through to the Dominator realm. At this time, Sky Blood Wolf immediately took action and went to Qinyun City to prepare in advance. Because Blood Wolf Peak was closer to Qinyun City than Blackrock Peak, Yifei had no idea that he had been secretly targeted by Sky Blood Wolf before he entered Qinyun City. The first thing Yifei did when he entered the city wasn't to sell his treasures. Instead, he hurriedly bought the most delicious candied haws for Xiao Qiao. The dragon turtle also took the opportunity to threaten him, saying that it was still young and was still a pitiful little turtle. Without 100,000 steam buns, it would never grow up. Yifei was so angry that he almost dragged the dragon turtle out and beat it up. In the end, he deliberately bought 10,000 white mantus. He didn't care if this black trash ate them or not. However, just as Yifei was about to pay, someone suddenly walked over and said something to the Earth Venerable stall owner. The stall owner's expression changed greatly, then became apologetic. He cupped his hands toward Yifei and said, "Senior, something happened at home. I'm not doing business now. Please go to another stall." After saying that, the stall owner put away the items and turned to leave. Yifei was puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, he didn't buy any treasures. He only bought food to satisfy his appetite. If this stall didn't have any, that stall would have many problems. Yifei turned and walked to the next stall. "Senior, I'm so sorry. The things in my stall have been reserved in advance. Please go to another stall." "Senior, I'm so sorry. The things in my stall have also been reserved in advance. Senior, this is a small business. The goods have been sold out." The more he walked, the uglier his expression became. It was fine if it was those small stalls, but in the end, Yifei walked to a restaurant. In the end, there were clearly many warriors sitting there drinking, but the shopkeeper actually said that the dishes were sold out. Wasn't this purposely targeting him? Wait, targeting? Could it be the Blood Wolf gang? In the Beastmark space, Xiao Qiao was very angry now that he couldn't eat the candied haws. Seeing the 10,000 spiritual mantus suddenly fly away from his mouth, the dragon turtle was so angry that his face turned black. He took out the black wooden token that he hadn't used for a long time and wrote a heavy mark on it. Knowing that the Blood Wolf gang was secretly causing trouble, Yifei was too lazy to go to those small stalls. Instead, he walked directly to the most magnificent building in the city, the Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce. As the name implied, this was the Chamber of Commerce opened by the Clear Sky Pavilion. Any force, as long as they had enough magnetite and mystic veins, could buy what they wanted here. Yifei didn't believe that no matter how powerful the Blood Wolf gang was, they could affect the Clear Sky Pavilion. At most, they would just have to spend a little more money. Soon, Yifei arrived at the Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce. However, at the entrance of the Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce stood a group of fierce-looking Blood Wolf gang members. The leader was none other than Xue Tianlang. Seeing this person, Yifei's eyebrows fiercely twitched. Then, his expression returned to normal, and he walked calmly towards the Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce. This kid can keep his composure, but it's a pity. Who asked your head to be so valuable that I can't help but be tempted? Xue Tianlang sneered in his heart. He didn't speak to Yifei. He just led his men and stood in a row, purposely blocking Yifei's path. The warriors nearby also looked at this scene with interest. Causing trouble at the entrance of the Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce was really rare. Yifei frowned and said coldly, "Is this how the Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce greets its guests?" The two Clear Sky Pavilion guards' eyelids twitched. They glared at Xue Tianlang and said, "Xue Tianlang, the half-year protection period isn't up yet. Why are you so anxious?" Xue Tianlang sneered, "My two brothers, my Blood Wolf gang, has no intention of fighting. We just don't like some stray dogs. How about this? If some stray dogs are willing to crawl under our legs, we will make way for them." This was Xue Tianlang's plan. Even if he couldn't kill Yifei for now, he still wanted to humiliate Yifei in every way possible. Hearing Xue Tianlang's words, Many people laughed wantonly. Because of Jiang Zhan's disturbance, the grudge between the Blood Wolf gang and the Black Rock Peak was known to many people in the city. Seeing Yi Fei's small force of 4 people offending the Blood Wolf gang with hundreds of people, many people secretly shook their heads. He's still too young. He doesn't know how to endure or give in. This is going to be a good show. This kid can either crawl under someone's legs or go home with his tail between his legs. But no matter what, the Black Rock Peak will become the laughing stock of our Bayou Nation. Hearing these discussions, Shui Tianlang looked at Yi Fei proudly. How about it, little bastard? I've given you a chance. Now, are you going to kneel down and crawl under my legs, or go back to your Black Rock Peak and wait for death? Old bastard, you're really arrogant. From what you've said, the only way to enter the Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce is to crawl under your legs. Chapter 2087. Boom! Yi Fei's words stirred up a commotion among the onlookers. They all started cursing at Shui Tianlang. Shui Tianlang, who do you think you are? Do you dare say that again? I can enter and leave the Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce as I please. Let's see which dog dares to stop me. Another young man stood up in a bad mood. Shui Tianlang's expression changed. He had the urge to rush over and strangle Yi Fei to death. However, he was too complacent and forgot his place. Yi Fei caught him red-handed and angered the crowd. Shui Tianlang could only shout, "Disperse. I won't argue with you." Yi Fei, do you dare to fight with me? Do you want to bet with me? Seeing that Yi Fei had angered the crowd with just a few words, Shui Tianlang decisively gave up on stopping Yi Fei from entering the Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce. Instead, he suddenly proposed a bet. The crowd shook their heads. They felt that Shui Tianlang's methods were too low. Even a fool wouldn't agree to a bet with him at this time. Not interested. Seeing that Shui Tianlang was no longer blocking his way, Yi Fei didn't even bother to look at him. He lifted his foot and was about to walk into the Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce. Shui Tianlang didn't stop him. He only smiled coldly. The manager of the Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce had no choice but to step forward and warn Shui Tianlang again. Shui Tianlang, if you continue to provoke Shui Tianlang, if you continue to provoke him and break the rules of the Bayou Nation, the Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce will not let you off easily. Haha, rest assured, manager. This time, the Blood Wolf gang is not targeting the Blackstone Peak. I, Shui Tianlang, am the one who wants to make a bet with little brother Yi. Of course, he can choose not to accept. If that's the case, I will scatter Ren Tianxing's ashes here and let them be trampled on by thousands of people. Shui Tianlang's tone was complacent and sinister. He had come prepared this time. As he spoke, his subordinate brought over a square jade box. On the box was an identity token that was split in half. On it was the words Dean of the Divine Star Academy. That was clearly Ren Tianxing's principal's token. Yi Fei stopped in his tracks. He didn't want to gamble with the Bloody Sky Wolf, as it was clearly a trap. However, when he saw the token, Yi Fei knew that he had no choice but to gamble. Even if he knew it was a trap, he still had to gamble. That was because Ren Tianxing's ashes were stored in the ice-cold box beneath the token. As for Ren Tianxing, he owed him a great debt of gratitude. If it weren't for Ren Tianxing, he wouldn't have obtained the Sovereign Realms cultivation technique. If it weren't for Ren Tianxing, he wouldn't have obtained the Golden Body of Laws. Similarly, if Ren Tianxing, the Lord of Heaven, had not sacrificed himself to stop the old Emperor of the Sky River Kingdom, he would have been a cold corpse by now. Because of this, Yi Fei had no choice but to take the risk. All right, I'll bet with you. No matter what the bet is, you have to give me Senior Ren's corpse and token. Yi Fei said in a low voice. Sure, as long as you're willing to gamble. I don't mind giving you the old bastard's remains. However, before that, let's set the terms of the bet so that you won't go back on your word. Blood Sky Wolf grinned wickedly. He cupped his fists at the crowd and said, Everyone here is my witness. Our bet is simple. I bet that he won't be able to buy the Sovereign God pellet today. If I win, I want his profound, iron-heavy sword in his hands. Yi Fei's strongest weapon is his dark steel heavy sword. Without it, his combat strength will drop by at least half. If I cut off his hands, then whether he's a disciple of the Sword Palace or not, he will be reduced to a half-cripple. At that time, any sovereign realm expert will be able to kill him easily. This voice rang out in Bloody Sky Wolf's heart. This voice made him crazy, made him thirsty, and made him willing to give up everything for it. And so, Bloody Sky Wolf came. Blocking Yifei at the entrance was just an appetizer. He wanted to attract a large crowd. Therefore, with Ren Tianxing's ashes as witnesses, a carefully planned gamble to cripple Yifei was naturally formed. How about it? Do you dare to gamble? Bloody Sky Wolf looked at Yifei with disdain. It was as if he was looking at a coward or a pitiful worm. However, Yifei knew that Bloody Sky Wolf was putting on an act. This person's real goal was to provoke him and force him to take part in a bet that was destined to fail. Logically, Yifei knew that it was best not to step into such an obvious trap. However, his emotions told him that even if he knew that this was a trap, in order to bring back Ren Tianxing's ashes and let this old senior rest in peace, he had to do it, even if it was a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, let alone a trap. He stepped in without any hesitation. What's more, I might not lose this bet. When Yifei thought about the enlightenment stone in his space belt, he suddenly felt a surge of confidence. All right, I'll gamble with you. Give me Senior Ren's relics. Yifei walked towards Bloody Sky Wolf resolutely. He knew that this was a trap, but he still stepped in. Blood Sky Wolf was intimidated by Yifei's aura. Even though he was a late-stage sovereign realm expert and the leader of a gang, he had a feeling that his aura had been stolen. Subconsciously, he took a step back. However, this step made him roar furiously. Good. You do have guts. If you take the inheritance, it means that our bet is correct. Just wait to lose your sword and your pair of hands. Yifei didn't say anything. He just carefully took the jade box and said, Senior Ren, I'm sorry to offend you. He used his consciousness to check the jade box and the token carefully. After confirming that there were no problems, he carefully put them in his space belt. Then, Yifei straightened up and stared coldly at Bloody Sky Wolf. If I win, I don't want anything else. I just want the hand that you used to grab Senior Ren. It's too dirty. I want to chop it off. That will depend on whether you can win. Unfortunately, you will definitely lose this time. Bloody Sky Wolf sneered and extended his hand. Young Master Yi, please. You can now enter the Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce and purchase your Sovereign Divine Pill. Yifei didn't finish his sentence. He just touched his space belt and a palm-sized black stone appeared in his hand. Holding the stone tightly, Yifei strode into the Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce. When they saw that Yifei had actually stepped into the Chamber of Commerce, the martialists both inside and outside the Chamber of Commerce went into an uproar. This brat is quite a loyal person. What's so important about friendship? Is it more important than his own hands? Is it more important than treasures? Let's just watch how he dies. Indeed, it's such a pity for such an outstanding talent. He has been crippled before he could rise. Chapter 2088. What? The Sovereign Divine Pills have been sold out? Or have they all been bought by the Bloodwolf gang? The one who exclaimed wasn't Yifei, but the martialists who were watching the show. Among these people, there were a few who were secretly hoping that Yifei would be able to turn the tables and wipe out the arrogance of the Bloodwolf gang. Unfortunately, when they heard the old man's words, all of them fell into despair. They sighed. In their opinion, the outcome of this bet was already set. Yifei would lose. He would lose completely and in a miserable state. He is indeed a fool. Even if he is loyal, in the end, he will still be beaten black and blue. Even more martialists looked at Yifei with mocking gazes and sympathy. They had all seen the bet. Yifei couldn't renege on it, even if he wanted to. If he lost, Yifei would lose not only his dark steel heavy sword, but also his own pair of hands. This was the real reason why Xue Tianlang had personally appeared. Even though he couldn't kill Yifei within the protection period because of the Baiyu Nation's rules, he could think of a way to cripple Yifei. In this way, Yifei would be a dead man in less than half a year. What a good move. Yifei also praised from the bottom of his heart. He was an intelligent person, and naturally, he could quickly see that this bet was a trap set up by the Blood Wolf gang against him. It's a pity that you weren't the one who set up this trap. Even though you were a gang leader, you are blinded by greed. You are heartless and disregard morality when you see profit. You're only fit to be an accomplice and lackey. You can't set up such an ingenious trap. You can't grasp the hearts of people so accurately and lure me into this trap. I will lose this bet. A person appeared in Yi Fei's mind, a languid and charming figure. That was Madame Meng. In Yi Fei's impression, Madame Meng was a very troublesome woman who was very good at winning over people's hearts. Needless to say, this murderous plot was definitely secretly arranged by Madame Meng. After all, Madame Meng had tried every possible means to win him over, and she was also very clear about his loyal and righteous character. Therefore, Ren Tianxing's ashes and token suddenly appeared in Blood Sky Wolf's hands, and he said that threat. If that was the case, then he would be incomparably vicious and propose such a bet, wanting to put him to death. No matter who set up this trap, the outcome is the same. You have lost. Now, I will give you two choices. Hand over the black iron heavy sword and cut off your hands. If you can't do it, I can do it for you. Shui Tianlang sneered. I, Shui Tianlang, have been waiting for this day for a long time. Yi Fei, you may be a genius and a talent, but it's a pity that your background is too lowly. A country bumpkin should have the awareness of country bumpkin. No matter how high you fly, no matter how hard you climb, you will always be a country bumpkin. A country bumpkin will never become a true dragon. Now extend your country bumpkin claws. I will personally cut off your hands. Boom! Shui Tianlong's body suddenly exploded with a strong killing intent and dominating aura. However, at this moment, no one stopped him. Even a clear cloud pavilion was no exception. After all, since Yi Fei and Shui Tianlang made the bet, Yi Fei was no longer protected for half a year. Now, Shui Tianlang was smiling maliciously. He was going to cut off Yi Fei's hands in front of everyone and seize Yi Fei's black iron-heavy sword. It was also at this moment that Yi Fei smiled. It was a cold smile, but also a smile of confidence. Yi Fei's face was full of smiles, and he didn't seem dejected at all. Instead, he stretched out his hand and took out the Tao Comprehension Stone. Clear Sky Commerce. If I use this Tao Comprehension Stone to exchange for Sovereign God Pill, I wonder if it's enough? Yi Fei, oh Yi Fei, you are indeed an ignorant country bumpkin. Although the Enlightenment Stone is precious, it can only be sold for 1,000,000 profound stones at most. It's not even enough to buy a Sovereign God Pill. You are about to die, but have you been scared, silly? You actually played such a useless trick. Shui Tianlang sneered. He looked at Yi Fei mockingly, as if he was looking at a fool. The manager's expression also stiffened. He angrily shook his head and said, Gang leader Shui is right. 1,000,000 profound stones isn't even enough to buy a Sovereign God Pill. Not to mention that we don't have a Sovereign God Pill anymore. Even if we did, you wouldn't be able to afford it. Young man, if you dare to gamble, you must dare to lose. You have already lost. That may not be the case. I can admit to anything, but I will never admit defeat. Manager, open your eyes wide and see if this Tao Comprehension Stone is only worth 1,000,000 profound stones or not. Suddenly, a violet gold flame appeared in Yi Fei's hand, and he poured it into the Tao Comprehension Stone. The 3 divine runes hidden on the stone instantly lit up like stars, shocking the hearts of countless people. What did they see? There were actually 3 divine patterns engraved on a small piece of Enlightenment Stone. This also instantly turned it from an ordinary Enlightenment Stone to a rank 3 divine stone. Heavens, it's actually a 3rd-level Tao Comprehension Stone. How is this possible? Even those high-level spirit augmenters would find it difficult to inscribe 3 divine runes on a Tao Comprehension Stone. Moreover, each divine rune is so perfect. In the crowd, there are also a few high-level spirit augmenters. But at this time, these masters who were once sought after by others all lost their composure and screamed, because no one knew better than them just how difficult it was to attach an Enlightenment Stone to an Enlightenment Stone. After all, spirit augmentation was the same as refining pills and refining artifacts. There was also a chance of failure. If the spirit augmentation failed, the pill would explode. If the spirit augmentation failed, the weapon would be destroyed. But if the pill exploded, it could be refined again. If the weapon cracked, it could be repaired and spirit augmented again. But the enlightenment stone was different. It was a natural treasure formed by the heavenly Tao, not something that was cultivated. And for a spirit augmentation master, the higher the level of the treasure, the higher the chance of failure. Therefore, even though Yi Fei only took out a rank 3 enlightenment stone, it was impossible for a rank 5 spirit augmentation master to attach an enlightenment stone 3 times. After all, the chance of failure was too high. Unless it was a miraculous success, the spirit augmentation master's level had already surpassed rank 5. They could rely on their rich experience to reduce the chance of failure. The steward of the Chamber of Commerce also hurriedly asked the spirit augmenters, "Masters, look at this rank 3 enlightenment stone. Was it a lucky success?" "Steward Gao, we can't say for sure. But looking at the degree of perfection of this divine pattern, it's simply natural. We really can't see any trace of luck. Also, don't call us masters in the future. Shame. To think that we've been immersed in the art of spirit augmentation for over 100 years. In the end, we can't even compare to a young junior. I even suspect that this young master Yi might be a rank 6 spirit augmentation master." Chapter 2089. It wasn't a fluke, but a grandmaster of spirit augmentation. This was the evaluation of Yi Fei's enlightenment stone by all the spirit augmentation masters present. Moreover, those who made this evaluation were all rank 4 or rank 5 spirit augmentation masters. The weight of their words was heavier than Mount Tai. It was equivalent to publicly acknowledging Yi Fei's status as a grandmaster of spirit augmentation. For a moment, everyone looked at Yi Fei with complicated and respectful gazes. Any spirit augmentation master had a very high status in the hearts of warriors. Perhaps a spirit augmentation master's combat strength wasn't very strong, but a treasure with spirit augmentation was very helpful to warriors. For example, the enlightenment stone in Yi Fei's hands. Before spirit augmentation, it was only useful to heavenly venerables. But after 3 spirit augmentations, this enlightenment stone had become very popular and was worth it. Even the Lord of Heaven couldn't help but fight for it. As the manager of the Chamber of Commerce, Manager Gao naturally didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly and carefully placed the enlightenment stone into a box. When Yi Fei saw this, his heart immediately calmed down. He smiled and said, "Manager Gao, I wonder if the Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce is interested in purchasing this enlightenment stone?" "Yes, young Master Yi. Our Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce wants this enlightenment stone. Don't worry, we will give you a satisfactory price and help you resolve your grudge with the Bloodwolf gang." Manager Gao was very shrewd. After knowing that Yi Fei was likely a grandmaster of spirit augmentation, Clear Sky Pavilion clearly had the intention to rope him in. Hearing this, Sky Bloodwolf's face suddenly turned pale. If Yi Fei sided with Clear Sky Pavilion, even 10 Bloodwolf gang members wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on Yi Fei's head. Then, all the things he had done to curry favor with Madame Meng would all be for naught. In fact, Yi Fei could even turn the tables. He begged Clear Sky Pavilion to destroy his Bloodwolf gang. "Yi Fei, if you're willing to bet, then you must accept defeat. Even if you take out the rank 3 Godstone, all the sovereign divine pills in the entire Clear Sky City have already been obtained by my Bloodwolf gang. This means that you're destined to lose. Now, I'm going to cut off your hands so that you can fulfill the bet." Blood Sky Wolf no longer dared to let Yi Fei continue to communicate with the senior management. If by any chance Yi Fei saw that the situation was not good and took the initiative to join Clear Cloud Pavilion, then he would become a huge threat. In the current situation, the only thing he could do was to immediately cripple Yi Fei while the bet was still in effect, so that Yi Fei would lose the value of being roped in by Clear Cloud Pavilion. Only then would the Wolf Gang be invincible. Bloody Sky Wolf, who had made up his mind, had a murderous intent that was even colder than vicious wolves flashing in his eyes. He suddenly rushed towards Yi Fei and waved his Chi Wolf claw. When no one was paying attention, he viciously smeared corpse poison on his fingernails. This corpse poison was also given to him by Madame Meng. Madame Meng said that even the Lord of Heaven would have a certain chance of being infected and transforming into a zombie, as long as Shui Tianlang could use the bet to inject this corpse poison into Yi Fei's body. Then in less than 10 days, Yi Fei would die and become a cold corpse. This was Madame Meng's true plan. Such ruthlessness made Bloody Sky Wolf hesitate. After all, doing so would completely violate the iron law of the Bayou Nation. And Clear Cloud Pavilion would never show mercy to those who broke the rules. Now that the situation was unfavorable, Bloody Sky Wolf couldn't care less. He had to follow Madame Meng's plan and use the bet to poison Yi Fei to death. Yi Fei's expression suddenly changed. He quickly took out his black iron heavy sword and prepared his defense. At the same time, he fiercely glared at Manager Gao. Bloody Sky Wolf, why aren't you stopping? Manager Gao's expression was extremely ugly. If Yi Fei was from an ordinary small faction, it wouldn't matter whether he lived or died. But Yi Fei was very likely to be a grandmaster of spiritual augmentation. This made Clear Cloud Pavilion have no choice but to take him seriously. My apologies, Manager Gao. You have no right to ask me to stop. Everyone saw the bet between me and Yi Fei. I bought all the sovereign elixirs in Clear Cloud City. Everyone also heard it with their own ears. He has lost, so he has to admit defeat. Could it be that Clear Cloud Pavilion wants to break the iron law of the Bayou God and protect this? Are you a sore loser? Bloody Sky Wolf sneered. He had already passed Manager Gao and stepped in front of Yi Fei again. Endless murderous intent, accompanied by a fishy stench, was about to poison Yi Fei to death on the spot. Yi Fei's expression became extremely serious. He raised his black iron heavy sword. With a solemn expression, he was ready to fight to the death with Bloody Sky Wolf. At this moment, a middle-aged Lord of Heaven in a green robe walked down from the pavilion of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. With a cold snort, the Lord of Heaven's aura was like a huge mountain. In an instant, Bloody Sky Wolf's face turned red and he staggered back. Oh my God, it's Gao Shun, the Lord of Heaven, the manager of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Seeing the Lord of Heaven appear, many people were shocked. Shui Tianlong's face turned even paler. He had never dreamed that a fight between a rank 5 or rank 5 or rank 5 would actually alarm a Heaven Monarch realm expert like Gao Shun. The Lord of Heaven, Yi Fei was also a little surprised. However, Gao Shun clearly had the intention to protect him. Yi Fei put away his black iron heavy sword and cupped his hands towards Gao Shun. Junior Yi Fei greets the Lord of Heaven. Ha! Little friend, Yi doesn't need to be so courteous. I came here because I heard that little friend, Yi, has a rank 3 enlightenment stone. I'm very interested in it. I wonder how many profound stones will it take for little friend Yi to be willing to part with it? Gao Shun looked at Yi Fei very warmly. The restless Bloody Sky Wolf was completely suppressed. Yi Fei's heart stirred. He understood that the appearance of the Lord of Heaven might be his last chance to turn the tables. He hurriedly cupped his hands towards Gao Shun and said, "This junior doesn't need profound stones. 3 sovereign god pills are enough. However, I want them today. I want them now. Young Master Yi, we can understand your eagerness. However, we have already sold all of our sovereign god pills to the Blood Wolf gang." The one who answered was Manager Gao. At this moment, his face was filled with regret. Bloody Sky Wolf revealed a smug and evil grin. However, very soon, his smugness quickly turned into a tremendous rage and sullenness. The Lord of Heaven didn't even glance at Bloody Sky Wolf. He sneered and said, "I thought it was some big matter. It's just sovereign god pills. The Chamber of Commerce is already sold out, but I just happen to have some on me. I also have several sovereign god pills that I plan to give to several juniors. Since little friend Yi is in such a hurry, then take them." As expected of the Lord of Heaven, Gao Shun casually took out 3 sovereign god pills that Empyrean martial artists yearned for in their dreams and handed them to Yi Fei. This scene caused an uproar amongst the martial artists present. By becoming friends with the Lord of Heaven, Yi Fei was able to climb up the towering tree that was Clear Cloud Pavilion. Just what ability did this boy have to be able to obtain such a great stroke of luck? It's over. I've been unhindered my entire life, killing people like flies. But in the end, I actually fell into the hands of an Empyrean country bumpkin. Bloody Sky Wolf paled. After Yi Fei obtained a sovereign god pill, he was immediately rescued from the jaws of death, turning defeat into victory. In addition to the presence of the Lord of Heaven and the fact that he was clearly friendly towards Yi Fei, Bloody Sky Wolf didn't dare to attack Yi Fei even if he had 100 times the courage. Chapter 2090. Obtaining the sovereign pill meant that Yi Fei was the final winner of this bet. But now, Heavenly Blood Wolf actually wanted to leave without saying a word. Wasn't he dreaming too much? Yi Fei didn't forget that when they entered the Bayou Nation, Xue Tianlang was ungrateful. He had betrayed the Lin family and led a large number of subordinates to hunt them down. Yi Fei also didn't forget that Xue Tianlang had used his power to oppress others at Qingyan Peak. He had colluded with the leaders of 11 factions and wanted to take their heads during the assessment. Yi Fei also didn't forget that it was Xue Tianlang who had set him up. He wanted to chop off his hands and take away his dark steel heavy sword. Since the Heavenly Blood Wolf had done so many things, how could Yi Fei let this evil wolf leave unharmed? He took a step forward and blocked Xue Tianlang's path. He said in a low voice, "You said that if you're willing to bet, you have to accept your loss. Xue Tianlang, you've lost. Then, according to our bet, will you chop off your own hand, or should I chop it off for you?" Whoosh! All eyes were on Xue Tianlang. Their eyes were filled with ridicule, sarcasm, and gloating. Xue Tianlang's face turned purple. He had never dreamt that he would be defeated like this when he fought against Yi Fei. This was the result of his defeat. Madame Meng had planned this trap for him with great precision. She had calculated Yi Fei's Achilles heel. It was a sure kill situation, a sure win situation. However, Xue Tianlang had never dreamed that Yi Fei would be an advanced spiritual augmentation master. How could such a country bumpkin know spiritual augmentation? How could he get the attention of the Lord of Heaven like Gao Shun? Xue Tianlang was shocked and angry. He was jealous and sullen, especially when the martial artists around him looked at him with mockery and mockery. This ignited the ferocity in Xue Tianlang's bones. "Little bastard, get out of my way. If you dare to block my way, I'll kill you right now." Boom! The answer was Yi Fei suddenly swinging his dark steel heavy sword. No one had expected that Yi Fei would attack a late-stage sovereign realm expert without hesitation. The surrounding warriors were stunned, and so was Xue Tianlang. But soon, his instinct as a sovereign realm expert made him want to activate his Xian energy to block Yi Fei's heavy sword, or even counterattack Yi Fei. Kill! The Lord of Heaven coldly harumphed, and an invisible pressure suddenly froze the surrounding space. "Since you've lost, you have to admit defeat." "Thank you, Lord of Heaven." Yi Fei cupped his fists and raised his sword with a cold look in his eyes. He slashed at the immobile Blood Sky Wolf. Xue Tianlang, who was suppressed by the Lord of Heaven's aura, let out a bitter and painful cry. His right hand had been cut into two by the dark steel heavy sword, and the pain caused the scar on his face to contort. Yi Fei ignored Xue Tianlang's hateful gaze. When Xue Tianlang had disdainfully raised Ren Tianxing's ashes and humiliated him by saying that he would scatter Ren Tianxing's ashes on the ground for everyone to trample on, Yi Fei had already decided to kill him. But at this moment, he didn't have the strength to kill Xue Tianlang. Therefore, Yi Fei decided to kill this evil hand that had humiliated Ren Tianxing's spirit. "Now scram! Go back and tell Bai Mengru that the blood feud of the Divine Star Academy is my blood feud with Yi Fei. One day, I will seek justice for the deaths of Senior Ren and Chen Dutian." Yi Fei kept his sword and turned around, no longer looking at Shui Tianlang. Shui Tianlang glared at Yi Fei, his face ferocious. But when he saw Gao Shun's cold gaze, he trembled and quickly lowered his head, hiding the hatred and vengeance in his heart. You with the surname Yi, just you wait. Today you cut off my hand. Half a year later, I will cut off every inch of your flesh. Shui Tianlang gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Before he left, he wanted to take his broken hand with him, but it was nowhere to be found. Just as his severed hand fell to the ground, a ferocious beast in the crowd stealthily took the severed hand and swallowed it into its stomach. Pooh! Shui Tianlang was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could only hold his broken arm and stagger out of the Clear Sky Merchant Association. Outside, a group of Bloodwolf gang members were shouting in fear, and Shui Tianlang was howling like a wolf. But this wolf didn't leave Clear Sky City because of this. Instead, he walked into a restaurant opened by the Bloodwolf gang in the city with hatred and vengeance in his heart. He saw a lazy and charming mature woman lying in a compartment of the restaurant. Looking at this enchanting woman, Shui Tianlang's mouth was dry and he couldn't wait to pounce on her. But now he was furious. By Mengru, Madame Meng, is this what you meant when you said that Yi Fei would definitely die? My Bloodwolf gang did so much and almost offended the Clear Sky Pavilion to lure that little bastard out for that bet. In the end, he didn't even hurt a single hair on his body. Instead, he cut off my hand. Shui Tianlang's face was ferocious. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't afford to offend the imperial family of the Sky River, he would have rushed up and torn off Madame Meng's clothes. This woman was too tempting. It was also this temptation that made Shui Tianlang reluctant to hurt this beauty, even though he was seriously injured. Feeling the brutal gaze of a wolf, Madame Meng's eyes also showed a strong disgust and coldness, but soon became charming and soft. She said softly, Shui gang leader, this is your fault. I once proposed two strategies. One is a good one, and the other is a bad one. You didn't want to take the risk, and chose the bad one, which gave Yi Fei a chance to turn the tables. Of course, this is also my negligence. I only knew that he might be a high-level spiritual augmentation master, but I didn't expect that he would be a spiritual augmentation master, so that he could escape from this fatal situation. For this, I have to apologize to you. Our Sky River royal family will definitely satisfy the Blood Gang leader. We will definitely compensate you. Baida and Bayer, bring the medicine box here. I want a bandage leader, Shui, personally. Madame Meng nervously helped Shui Tianlang to sit down. She even touched his rough hand for the first time. Shui Tianlang's resentment suddenly disappeared. He looked at Madame Meng softly again. Madame Meng said again, Leader Shui, you know how difficult it is to deal with Yi Fei. If he grows up, he will be a great threat to you and the imperial family of the Sky River. Now that the bad one has failed, I think you should be prepared to use the good one. After all, there's not much time left for us. Madame Meng said softly, like a spring breeze. But Shui Tianlang couldn't help but shiver. Madame Meng's bad one was so vicious. How terrible would the good one be? Chapter 2091. Shui Tianlang shuddered. Baida and Bayer were used to this. They were Madame Meng's most trusted subordinates. Only they knew that Madame Meng's daughter had more vicious means than a man's. She was truly a femme fatale, more vicious than a snake and more vicious than a scorpion. The old emperor had lamented more than once that Madame Meng was not a man. Otherwise, the future of the Tiana kingdom would have been handed over to Bai Mengru instead of King Chu. The old emperor's evaluation of Madame Meng showed Madame Meng's ability and status. While they were secretly admiring Madame Meng's methods, Baida and Bayer couldn't help but recall the scene of the black-robed young man killing King Qi with his sword. That was Madame Meng's only failure. It was also this failure that made Madame Meng willing to take the risk and personally lead her men to the Baiyu nation. She wanted to wash away this failure. The word failure does not exist in my dictionary. Not in the past, not in the future. Madame Meng's eyes flashed with strong confidence. The bet at the Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce was merely a test. Her real trump card had just begun at the Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce. After handing over the Sovereign Divine Pill, Yi Fei did not leave the Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce. Instead, he was invited by Gao Shun to the top floor of the chamber. Normally, only the leaders of Grade 7 forces could enter such a place. Only the Lord of Heaven could personally accompany him. Only the Lord of Heaven could enter such a place. However, at this moment, Gao Shun did not hesitate to lower his status to establish a friendship with Yi Fei. This caused many cultivators to be envious of him and many powers to be envious of him. However, Yi Fei felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Gao Shun, the Lord of Heaven, was very direct. After inviting Yi Fei into the chamber, he went straight to the point. He made a request to recruit Yi Fei and listed many generous conditions. These conditions included providing Yi Fei with all sorts of cultivation resources for free. If Yi Fei agreed, he would even make an exception in the future and allow Yi Fei to become an elder of Clear Cloud Pavilion as an Empyrean. Yi Fei, this is a condition that our Clear Cloud Pavilion has never offered before. An Empyrean can become an elder. Perhaps you don't know what it means to be an elder, but I can clearly tell you that an elder of my Clear Cloud Pavilion is equivalent to a king outside. As long as you nod your head, I can even do it myself. I'll help you destroy the Blood Wolf Gang. Gao Shen's attitude was very sincere. His conditions were several times better than Madame Ming's. Unfortunately, these conditions were based on the premise that Yi Fei was a true spiritual augmentation grandmaster. Unfortunately, Yi Fei wasn't a spiritual augmentation grandmaster. The true spiritual augmentation grandmaster was Xiao Chao, and Xiao Chao was a secret that Yi Fei didn't want to expose. Therefore, even though Gao Shun had offered conditions that were enough to move his heart, Yi Fei could only bitterly smile and shake his head as he rejected. Senior Gao, I'm very grateful for Clear Cloud Pavilion's kindness, but I'm very sorry. I've already promised Senior Jiang that I'll rebuild the Divine Star Academy with him. Before I can do that, I won't join any power. I hope Senior can understand this point. Yi Fei's attitude was very sincere, but Gao Shun was filled with disappointment. His smile was very forced, but his attitude was very serious. Gao Shun said meaningfully, Yi Fei, why don't you consider it carefully? I understand that you're a person who values friendship and loyalty, but sometimes friendship is more important than your own interests. The current Divine Star Academy only exists in name. It can't even provide you with a Sovereign God pill. However, our Clear Cloud Pavilion is different. To be frank, the entire Bayou Nation belongs to our Clear Cloud Pavilion. Only by joining our Clear Cloud Pavilion will you have a chance to break through to the Lord of Heaven. Of course, if you can really break through to the Lord of Heaven, our Gao clan will make an exception and allow you to meet the old ancestor and receive his personal guidance. Gao Shun threw out his final trump card, which was the guidance of the Tao Monarch, the Clear Cloud Pavilion ancestor. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. How could he not understand that Gao Shun was hinting that if he joined the Clear Cloud Pavilion, he would have a chance to break through to the Tao Monarch level? If it were any other ordinary cultivator, they would definitely not be able to resist such a temptation. Even Yi Fei's heart was in turmoil. He wanted nothing more than to nod his head and agree immediately. That way, he would be able to save a lot of time and break through to the Lord of Heaven, and even the Tao Monarch level before returning to the underworld. Unfortunately, in Yi Fei's heart, protecting Xiao Chao was far more important than breaking through to the next realm. No matter what, he would not allow Xiao Chao's secret to be exposed. He would also find a way to find and kill that flying serpent in the future to completely eliminate any hidden dangers. At this time, although Gao Shun's words were extravagant and the conditions he promised were better and better, Yi Fei couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart when he thought of Xiao Chao. His smile was very pure and resolute. Senior Gao, I'm really sorry. I appreciate the Clear Cloud Pavilion's good intentions, but I'm used to being free. I'm a guest of the Divine Star Academy, and I'll do this until the end. Whether it's when we're strong or when we're weak, This is my promise to the Divine Star Academy and to Ren Tianxing. Senior's promise. A man's promise would not change, even if he were to die 1,000 times over. This was Yi Fei. This was his answer. Besides protecting Xiao Qiao, he couldn't forget the scene in the Divine Star Academy where the sovereigns had self-destructed with smiles on their faces, opening up a bloody path for him. It was also that scene that had allowed him to live until now. The corpses of the older generation had yet to turn cold, so how could the hot blood in his heart fade away? Finally, Yi Fei lifted the spiritual tea on the table and toasted Gao Shun. Senior Gao, thank you for your hospitality, but I still have companions at the Black Rock Peak, so I'll take my leave first. This kid is a man of character, but it's a pity that he doesn't know how to adapt to circumstances. Gao Shun gracefully sent Yi Fei out of the Chamber of Commerce. This caused Gao Shun to be puzzled. Elder, didn't you intend to recruit the young Master Yi? Why did you let him leave? I've already said that I wanted to recruit him, and I've also treated him with respect. Unfortunately, this kid doesn't know how to adapt to circumstances and actually rejected my invitation. Gao Shun's attitude was very cold. What? Rejected? Is this kid's brain flooded with water? How many people would love to enter the clear cloud pavilion to work like a horse? This kid actually rejected me. So, straightforwardly? No wonder the Imperial family of the Sky River wants to kill him, and even the Blood Wolf gang wants to target him. He doesn't know how to appreciate favors, and he's in such dire straits. He only has himself to blame. He can't blame others. Manager Gao's expression also changed. Gao Shin stared at Yi Fei's back and coldly snorted. He turned around and walked into the top floor of the Chamber of Commerce. The sudden change in the attitude of the Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce towards Yi Fei also confused many of the martial artists who were secretly observing. Strange, that kid was personally invited up by the Lord of Heaven. Didn't he take the opportunity to ask to join the Clear Cloud Pavilion? Chapter 2092. Regardless of what others said, Yi Fei only walked his own path and was firm in his choice. After leaving the Clear Sky Chamber of Commerce, he didn't stop on the road. Instead, he rushed towards the Black Rock Peak as fast as he could. For some reason, Yi Fei felt a sense of trepidation. This didn't mean that he was afraid of the Blood Wolf gang's revenge. What he was truly afraid of was Madame Meng. Now that the Imperial family of the Sky River has secretly sent Madame Meng to the Bayou Nation, it's obvious that the Imperial family of the Sky River won't rest until I'm dead. And with Madame Meng's shrewdness, she definitely wouldn't just set up a bet. Thinking of this, Yi Fei felt a little regretful. If he knew that the Imperial family of the Sky River wanted to kill him so badly, he would have asked Jiangzhan to accompany him when he went down the mountain. With Jiangzhan's strength as a sovereign, he would definitely be able to ensure his safety. I hope that my worries are just an illusion. Xiao Qiao, pay attention to the celestial qi fluctuations in the surroundings. Yi Fei said to Xiao Qiao. Squeak, squeak. Xiao Qiao held a dozen skewers of candied haws in his hands and seemed to be busy eating. It wasn't clear if he heard Yi Fei clearly. As for the dragon turtle, it was already pouting and counting the number of steamed buns Yi Fei bought. Helpless, Yi Fei could only hurry on with his journey while releasing his consciousness to sense the situation around him. Soon, Yi Fei had completely left the Clear Sky City's sphere of influence. At the same time, on a hillside near the Clear Sky City, a dozen Frost Elite zombie soldiers were rushing towards Yi Fei with large strides, emitting a strong aura of death. Suddenly, one of the zombie soldiers seemed to have received some kind of command. This sovereign zombie soldier suddenly opened its mouth and let out a violent ghost howl. Then, the zombie soldiers around it all turned into cold lights and rushed down the mountain with billowing winds. At this time, Yi Fei happened to pass by the foot of this mountain. As long as he walked past this mountain, he would be close to the Black Rock Peak's sphere of influence. He still remembered that there was a wandering cultivator tribe not far ahead. There were many wandering cultivators living there. Unfortunately, before he could enter the tribe, 12 ghost-like zombie soldiers rushed down from the bare mountain outside the tribe. Yi Kill, the zombie soldier in the lead, revealed a pair of pale and lifeless eyes in the winds. Yi Fei was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that Madame Meng would dare to bring so many corpse soldiers to hunt him down. If this was discovered by the Clear Cloud Pavilion, even if Madame Meng was a member of the imperial family of the Tiana Kingdom, she would die without a doubt. From this, Yi Fei could see how determined the imperial family of the Tiana Kingdom was. Kill. He didn't say anything. Against the zombie soldiers, words were superfluous. Only by killing these zombie soldiers and carving out a path of blood would he have a chance at survival. Yi Fei quickly took out his dark steel heavy sword. Terrifying divine power erupted in an instant as he slashed at the zombie soldier in front of him. Clang! His heavy sword didn't knock the zombie soldier back, because when he swung his heavy sword, the zombie soldier's cold armor flashed with a dazzling light. Level 2 divine runes. Yi Fei was shocked to discover that the cold armor these zombie soldiers wore was a level 2 divine armor with second spiritual attachment. Clad in such cold armor, in addition to their steel-like bodies, these corpse soldiers were simply emotionless killing machines. And at this moment, Yi Fei was surrounded by 3 of these corpse soldiers. Simultaneously, they raised the sabers in their hands, and on the surface of the sabers, there were actually second-level divine inscriptions. While they attacked Yi Fei, they armed themselves to the teeth. Dark steel heavy swords slashed. Yi Fei roared. He activated his golden body of laws. Terrifying divine power. He swung his heavy sword again and smashed it at one of the zombie soldiers. Bam! The corpse soldier was finally smashed to the ground by Yi Fei along with its blade. However, not long after it fell, the corpse soldier immediately jumped up from the ground like a spring and continued to coldly raise its blade as it charged at Yi Fei. It was very clear that Yi Fei's strike just now hadn't done much damage to the corpse soldier. Damage. Not good. The Skyriver Imperial family came prepared this time. The cold armor and battle sabers on these zombie soldiers were specially made to counter my dark steel heavy sword. Yi Fei's expression was extremely ugly. The greatest advantage of his black iron heavy sword was its terrifying divine power and weight, as well as its physical divine ability. But the Skyriver zombie soldiers that appeared this time, whether it was the cold armor or the battle sabers, were all level 2 weapons. With such equipment stacked together, no matter how strong Yi Fei was, he couldn't kill or injure a ruler with just his physical strength like before. Obviously, the Sky River royal family's investigation of him had reached the point of meticulous detail. These corpse soldiers were the Sky River royal family's trump card to hunt down Yi Fei. Roar! 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 As the power of Yi Fei's dark steel heavy sword was greatly reduced, the remaining 11 zombie soldiers turned into 11 gusts of cold wind and attacked Yi Fei continuously. They waved their battle sabers in unison and formed a powerful joint attack formation. Facing 11 zombie soldiers at the same time, Yi Fei wasn't a match for them at all, with just his dark steel heavy sword and golden body of laws. In just a few breaths, Yi Fei's chest was slashed by 2 saber lights at the same time. A few more corpse soldiers suddenly used their bodies to block his profound iron heavy sword without any fear of death. At the same time, the last few corpse soldiers' faces, which were covered in livor mortis, exploded with a fierce voice of corpse chi. Kill! Bam! Yi Fei's golden body of laws was directly shattered by the joint attack of the 12 zombie soldiers. If Yi Fei hadn't hurriedly blocked with his dark steel heavy sword at the critical moment, he would have been instantly dismembered by the zombie soldiers. Without his golden body of laws, it was basically impossible for Yi Fei to face 12 zombie soldiers at once as a heavenly venerate. Unless I can use the undying sword soul to directly refine the sovereign origin within these zombie soldiers. Yi Fei rolled on the ground continuously to avoid the long-range saber lights of the zombie soldiers. The crisis of life and death made it impossible for him to think too much. Chapter 2093. Yi Fei felt that something was wrong. The Sky River Imperial family clearly knew that he could absorb and refine the source of the baleful energy. So why would they still send corpse soldiers to deal with him? Were they not afraid that he would use the undying sword soul to refine all of these corpse soldiers? There must be something strange going on here. Could it be that these corpse soldiers have something on them that can resist the refinement of the undying sword soul? As this thought flashed through his mind, the undying sword token in Yi Fei's hand sensed the rich source aura of the surrounding corpse soldiers and automatically released a terrifying black gold sword shadow. But when this sword shadow appeared, it immediately intimidated the surrounding corpse soldiers. They instinctively sensed the undying sword soul. Fear. But these corpse soldiers only hesitated for a moment. Their cold eyes suddenly flashed with an unforgettable hatred. Yi Fei, return this king's life. Roar. The leading corpse soldier suddenly roared. The livor mortis on its face cracked open, revealing a pale and cold face. It was King Qi's face. Back in the Sky River Imperial family, King Qi, by Qijin, had tried to recruit Yi Fei. But when he failed, he tried to kill Yi Fei. If Yi Fei hadn't refined a large amount of baleful energy and accumulated a vigorous heavenly venerate source, he might have already died in King Qi manner. Yi Fei never imagined that King Qi, who he had once killed, would turn into a corpse soldier and come for his life. The ruthlessness of the Sky River Imperial family shocked him. Even members of the Imperial family would be refined into corpse soldiers after death. This was too crazy and too cruel. Roar. King Qi's corpse spirit was clearly the leader of the corpse soldiers. Following its command, the remaining corpse soldiers finally overcame their fear of the undying sword soul. They roared and once again formed a 12-man corpse soldier formation and furiously charged at Yi Fei. Yi Fei also felt a strong sense of impending death. He knew that if he couldn't break through this 12-man corpse soldier formation, he would very likely be killed by these corpse soldiers in an instant, let alone escape. Scram! Finally, Yi Fei activated the undying sword soul in his hand. It formed a dazzling black gold divine light and slashed forward. The rolling sword Qi caused the charging corpse soldiers to slow down. Only King Qi's zombie spirit continued to stare hatefully at Yi Fei as it charged forward. As it charged forward, it grinned hideously as it crashed into Yi Fei's black gold sword. King Qi's corpse spirit has gone mad. What's the difference between this and suicide? Wait a minute, he's throwing his life away. Could it be? Boom! Profound Qi exploded from Yi Fei's body, forming layers of waves as he tried to push Prince Qi away. It's too late. The moment you rejected my Sky River Imperial family's recruitment, you were already a dead man. This was not King Qi's voice, but Madame Meng's cold voice. She had used a secret technique to awaken the hatred of King Qi's zombie spirit. She had also hidden her words in the zombie spirit's body. Only when the zombie spirit charged forward and crashed into the undying sword token did Madame Meng reveal her final trump card. That was the endless corpse poison mixed in with the sovereign's origin. The sword soul instantly absorbed it all. Not good, it's corpse poison. Yi Fei's expression changed. At this moment, he finally understood why the Sky River Imperial family had sent corpse soldiers to deal with him despite knowing that he could refine the baleful energy origin. It turned out that they had hidden a huge amount of poison in the corpse soldiers and had even cleverly mixed it with the baleful energy origin. This way, when the undying sword soul absorbed the baleful energy origin, it would also absorb the corpse poison. After realizing this, Yi Fei almost immediately pulled the undying sword token out of King Qi's corpse soldiers. However, he was still a step too late. When the undying sword token stabbed into the corpse soldier's body, it automatically absorbed and refined the baleful energy origin. No matter how fast Yi Fei's reaction was, the undying sword token stabbed into the corpse soldier's body less than a breath's time. There was still a strong stench of corpse poison that followed the undying sword token and quickly spread to his palm, arm, and then his entire body. Yi Fei was so frightened that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly activated the undying sword soul and circulated all the Xian energy in his body in an attempt to suppress this poison. However, what terrified him was that this corpse poison was too terrifying. It was also a type of energy, the energy of a zombie spirit. Therefore, the undying sword soul could not purge it of its own accord. Moreover, this corpse poison was pervasive and could even devour Xian energy. When Yi Fei circulated his Xian energy, he was shocked to discover that the Xian energy he released was rapidly turning green at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Fei did not know that what he had been poisoned with was not ordinary corpse poison. It was the Tao Lord corpse poison that the Sky River Imperial family had specially prepared for him. This kind of huge poison could even kill a Tao Lord if they were not careful. Unless Yi Fei could completely control the undying sword token, there was no way he could dispel this kind of poison. He would not be able to dispel this huge poison. What a vicious Sky River Imperial family. What a powerful corpse poison. Am I going to die here today? Yi Fei's expression was ugly. The blood that he spat out was faintly tinged with green corpse poison. What was more terrifying was that the outside of his sky palace was now filled with green, poisonous fog. It kept invading his sky palace. If Yi Fei did not have the sky palace and the emperor's throne, which formed a double layer of protection for his soul, he would probably have died. The moment the poisonous fog invaded his sky palace, his soul would have already decayed and he would have turned into a corpse. After understanding how terrifying this corpse poison was, Yi Fei did not dare to use his Xian energy rashly anymore. Instead, he hurriedly called out the dragon turtle. "Blackie, run quickly!" Yi Fei's face was ashen. He sat cross-legged on the dragon turtle's back and directly burned his heavenly venerate origin energy to suppress the corpse poison in his body. Knowing how dangerous the situation was, the dragon turtle immediately grew in size. It carried Yi Fei on its back and ran for its life. Behind the dragon turtle was a large group of frost armor zombie soldiers. Terrifying, ghostly howls could be heard. King Qi's zombie spirit valiantly pounced forward. Although it did not manage to catch Yi Fei, one of its zombie claws managed to grab the dragon turtle's tail. Roar! The dragon turtle was so frightened that its hair stood on end. It almost flung Yi Fei off its back. Yi Fei's expression darkened. He shouted, "Blackie, strengthen the turtle and cut off its tail." He was poisoned, but he could still rely on his sovereign divine body to buy time. If the dragon turtle was poisoned, it would probably die immediately. When the dragon turtle heard this, 2 streams of tears immediately rolled down its cheeks. It was still young after all. It was still a turtle cub and not a strong turtle. At this moment, how could the dragon turtle bear to cut off its tail and become a tailed turtle? Roar! The dragon turtle's tail swung wildly like an iron rod. However, it didn't swing backward but forward. At the same time, the dragon turtle's neck twisted from front to back. As it opened its black mouth, a dragon pearl the size of a wash basin shot out with surging demonic chi. It was evil again. It ruthlessly smashed onto King Qi's zombie soldiers. Chapter 2094. The dragon pearl seemed to be attracted by a fatal force as it suddenly erupted with a dazzling divine dragon light. Amidst the dragon light that filled the sky, Yi Fei clearly saw the ruler's dragon pearl transform into a dancing green poison dragon. It opened its mouth and swallowed the corpse soldier in front of it. Swallowed. Yi Fei was shocked by this unbelievable scene. King Qi's corpse soldier, which had almost poisoned him to death, had actually been swallowed by the dragon pearl? Roar! Swallowing King Qi's corpse spirit wasn't enough. The green poison dragon relied entirely on its instincts and pounced on the other corpse soldiers. It opened its mouth and spat out a cold and broken corpse. That was King Qi's corpse. However, King Qi was no longer a corpse soldier. His corpse was exposed to the air and it was rotting away like mud. After that, Yifei saw another corpse soldier being swallowed by the poison dragon. It instinctively swallowed for a while, and when it spat it out again, that corpse soldier had already turned into a completely rotten corpse. The yin-chi and poisonous gas in its body had completely dissipated. Could it be that this ruler's dragon pearl could devour corpse poison? A look of ecstasy flashed across Yifei's face. You should have thought of this earlier. This dragon pearl was originally of the poison attribute. A mere earthly venerable flying serpent could easily poison a ruler to death by using it. Now, this dragon pearl could devour corpse poison and strengthen itself. It wouldn't be strange for him to be able to devour it. Yifei's heart skipped a beat as he instructed the dragon turtle, who was still in a daze. Dragon turtle, try and see if you can control that poison dragon and devour all these corpse soldiers. Roar? The dragon turtle was dumbfounded as it looked at the sovereign dragon pearl it had refined. It had turned into a terrifying poisonous dragon that devoured corpse soldiers. This poisonous dragon seemed to be the nemesis of all poisonous creatures. When the dragon turtle tried to control this poisonous dragon, it suddenly had a feeling that it had turned into this poisonous dragon. As the dragon turtle opened its mouth, the poison dragon also rapidly opened its mouth and viciously swallowed 2 corpse soldiers in front of it. Kill! The remaining zombie soldiers did not retreat. They had received orders to kill Yifei. As long as Yifei did not die, they would continue their frenzied attacks. At this moment, 3 zombie soldiers joined forces and charged towards the poison dragon in midair. His face, which was covered with livor mortis spots, flashed a cold and sinister smile. Then, the 3 corpse soldiers exploded, forming the most terrifying self-destruction of a sovereign. This gave the dragon tortoise, who had transformed into a poison dragon, a fright. It subconsciously curled into a ball to resist the impact of the explosion. Yifei was also shocked to see that the terrifying poisonous fog formed by the self-destruction of the 3 corpse soldiers had turned into a dragon pearl. The poison dragon had no effect at all. Instead, it was the poison dragon that instinctively opened its mouth when it sensed the intense poison around it. It actually began to crazily absorb the poison fog around it. Yifei's eyes suddenly lit up. This sovereign's dragon pearl can devour corpse poison. Blackie, what are you waiting for? Quickly get rid of all these corpse soldiers. As he spoke, the corpse poison in Yifei's body had already completely invaded his sky palace. Even his emperor's throne was filled with a green, poisonous fog. If he didn't detoxify it, the corpse poison would directly invade his soul. When that happened, even an immortal wouldn't be able to save him. At this moment, the dragon tortoise had also decisively turned domineering. It was insufferably mighty. It even used its ability to eat spirit stones. The dragon's mouth was so fast that it left afterimages. In just a few breaths, the corpse soldiers on the ground had all been swept away. Not a single one was left. Then, the poison dragon charged towards Yifei. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed Yifei. Yifei was so angry that he almost vomited blood. I asked you to detoxify it. Who told you to swallow me? Why are you still swallowing me? Hurry up and spit me out. Bam! In the end, Yifei and the corpse soldiers were all spat out by the poison dragon. Yifei's face was even darker. Although he had been swallowed and the corpse poison had been detoxified, the process was very unpleasant. Yifei immediately glared at the dragon tortoise with an unfriendly expression. After the poison dragon had swallowed a large amount of corpse poison, it suddenly turned into a green dragon shadow and charged into the dragon tortoise's body. Roar! The dragon tortoise also quickly let out a tragic cry. After the poison dragon entered its body, the dragon tortoise's shell rapidly turned green at a visible speed. It even faintly emitted a strange emerald glow. It instantly turned the dragon tortoise from a large black tortoise into a large green tortoise. This gave Yifei and the dragon tortoise a fright. Xiao Qiao also quickly ran out. He looked at the dragon tortoise that had suddenly turned green in amazement. He even wanted to touch it out of curiosity. Yifei quickly stopped him. Xiao Qiao, don't touch it. Big Black situation is a little special. Could it be that it has absorbed too much corpse poison and the Dragon Ball can't take it anymore? Hearing this, the dragon tortoise's face turned green in fright. Its limbs went limp and it actually fell to the ground. It looked at Yi Fei pitifully. Xiao Qiao was also very worried about the dragon tortoise. Yi Fei was also confused about the dragon tortoise's transformation. Big Black's transformation was caused by the sovereign's Dragon Ball. It looks like to resolve this matter, we still have to start with the sovereign's Dragon Ball. Big Black spit out the Dragon Ball again. The dragon tortoise's eyes suddenly filled with tears. It raised a small wooden tablet in despair and told Yi Fei that the Dragon Ball seemed to have disappeared after entering its body. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao became even more anxious and worried. He even ran over and hugged the dragon tortoise as he started crying. This also scared the dragon tortoise so much that its green mouth turned black. It hurriedly asked Yi Fei for help. Yi Fei's expression was very strange. There were only two possibilities for the Dragon Ball to disappear. Either the Dragon Ball had turned into poison and dispersed into the dragon tortoise's flesh and blood, or the Dragon Ball had been completely refined by the dragon tortoise by chance and had become a part of its body. However, Yi Fei was still unable to determine if the dragon tortoise had been poisoned or if it had refined the Dragon Ball. He thought for a moment and said, "Big Black, spit out a mouthful of dragon saliva. Let me check the situation." Bam! Before it could finish speaking, a large mouthful of dragon saliva had already sprayed onto Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao's faces. The dragon tortoise was shocked. When it had spit out such a large amount of dragon saliva, it was so good. It's over. It must have been poisoned and won't live for long. The dragon tortoise raised a small wooden tablet in despair. Then, its limbs went limp and its turtle shell turned a ghastly green. Damn, it can still spit out so much dragon saliva, even after being poisoned. This poison is too nourishing. Big Black, don't worry. You aren't poisoned. If I'm not wrong, the key to fusing with the Sovereign's Dragon Ball is to let the Dragon Ball absorb enough poison. It's very likely that you will suddenly turn green. This is the side effect of absorbing the Dragon Ball. Chapter 2095. Without another word, the dragon turtle hurriedly activated its unique demonic cultivation technique and started cultivating as if its life depended on it. Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao had never seen the dragon turtle cultivate so seriously and crazily before. Xiao Qiao was stunned, and Yi Fei was also speechless. However, when he saw that the dragon turtle was still energetic and didn't look like it was poisoned at all, Yi Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He asked Xiao Qiao to stay beside the dragon turtle and not run around. Yi Fei hurriedly walked towards the corpse soldiers that had fallen. His speculation was right. In order to completely activate and refine the poison dragon pearl, the most important thing was for the dragon pearl to absorb enough poison. The imperial family of the Heavenly River used the Tao Lord's corpse poison to assassinate Yi Fei. The poison was so strong that it immediately attracted the poison dragon pearl, and it started to devour the corpse poison instinctively. The corpse soldiers that were devoured by the poison dragon pearl turned into corpses. Although these corpse soldiers are dead, the cold armor and battle swords that they left behind are pretty good spiritual weapons. Yi Fei condensed his mystic energy hand and held his breath. He collected all the cold armor and battle swords from the corpse soldiers. After thinking about it, he was still worried and threw all these items in front of the gigantic dragon turtle. The dragon turtle spat out a stream of water to wash them until it was sure that there was no corpse poison on them. Yi Fei then put the cold armor into his space belt. I have no use for these treasures. When I have the ability to return to the Earth domain in the future, I will leave them to my family Yi Fei thought to himself. At this moment, the dragon turtle was still cultivating with all its might. As the dragon turtle cultivated, its green turtle shell emitted dense green mystic energy. This mystic energy seemed to be transforming the dragon turtle's body and making this gigantic creature even bigger. Seeing the dragon turtle's body growing bigger again, Yi Fei felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. The bigger the dragon turtle was, the more it would eat. Yi Fei would have forced the poison dragon pearl out of the dragon turtle's body if it wasn't for the fact that the dragon turtle had unintentionally done something. Just like that, another night passed. The rolling demonic dragon aura on the dragon turtle's body suddenly changed rapidly. Sometimes it was like a dragon, sometimes it was like a tortoise, and sometimes it was like a rolling demonic wind or a green poisonous miasma. Rumble. Yi Fei's face darkened when he heard a faint rumble from the end of the void. Xiao Chao raised his head in surprise. He looked at the heavenly Tao tribulation clouds that were slowly appearing at the end of the void. Heavenly tribulation of earthly venerable. This was the heavenly tribulation that only appeared when one broke through to the earthly venerable rank. Of course, in the heaven domain, earthly venerables were not very strong. The heavenly tribulations they attracted were not as exaggerated as those in the earth domain. Seeing the heavenly tribulations slowly gathering, Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. I remember that in order to cultivate the Divine Star Academy's 5 lightning divine clock, there are 2 conditions. One is to comprehend the law of lightning, and the other is to find a suitable lightning seed and condense it into a clock. And in this world, the strongest type of lightning was none other than the heavenly tribulation. Perhaps I can make use of this heavenly tribulation to cultivate the 5 lightning divine clock. After being chased by the Frost Elite zombie soldiers, Yi Fei had clearly discovered his own shortcomings. He only had strength, but he did not have a strong enough ability. What was even more depressing was that in order to suppress the corpse poison in his body, he had even burned his own heavenly venerate origin source. His origin source would be damaged. The appearance of this heavenly tribulation gave Yi Fei hope of recovering his origin source. That was to use the undying sword soul to absorb and refine this heavenly tribulation. Xiao Chao, hurry up and come back. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Fei took back Xiao Chao. He had already grasped the undying sword token tightly and brazenly charged towards the heavenly tribulation clouds in the sky. Seeing that Yi Fei had taken the initiative to be struck by lightning, the dragon turtle also seized the opportunity and used all its strength to frantically refine and absorb the poison dragon's energy in its body. Boom! With Yi Fei's participation in the heavenly tribulation, the might of the heavenly way was completely stimulated. Rolling lightning formed a terrifying thunderstorm that wanted to pulverize Yi Fei's body. The purple lightning turned into a thick thunder divine dragon. It raised its head and roared, wanting to swallow Yi Fei into its stomach. However, before the thunder divine dragon could get close, the undying sword soul in Yi Fei's hand was already exuding an excited sword light. Then, these sword lights formed an undying sword vortex that swallowed the surrounding thunderstorm and the thunder divine dragon into the vortex. At this moment, heaven and earth formed a unique spectacle. In the sky above, the heavenly tribulation formed a thunder vortex that constantly spewed out lightning and thunder. Below the sky, the undying sword soul formed a sword vortex that corresponded to the heavenly tribulation. However, it spun in the opposite direction, absorbing and refining all the lightning released by the heavenly way. At this moment, Yi Fei was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the heavenly tribulation and the sword vortex. He allowed the countless lightning and thunder to penetrate his body and fall into the sword vortex below him. Under the refinement of the undying sword soul, drops of precious deity tribulation fluid were refined and poured into Yi Fei's body, rapidly repairing the huge loss of his heavenly venerate origin source. At the same time, Yi Fei's mind started to repeatedly deduce the secrets of the Divine Star Academy's 5 Thunders divine clock. The undying sword soul also exuded a strange energy that increased Yi Fei's comprehension ability limitlessly, allowing him to comprehend this sovereign mystique faster and in a stronger state. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, Yi Fei's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. His body, which had been sitting cross-legged, also stood up straight amidst the lightning and thunder that filled the sky. He had given up on using his golden body of laws to resist the heavenly tribulation. Instead, he had released his own thunder divine law and made this thunder divine law appear from nothing. It had gone from illusory and ethereal state to something as real as a bell. Clang! When the thunder divine law was formed, a melodious sound of a bell suddenly rang out from Yi Fei's body. Then, the lightning and thunder seemed to be fatally attracted and poured into Yi Fei's body. They also poured into Yi Fei's thunder divine law. Yi Fei could clearly feel that the dark force in his body had started to change to a certain extent. It was now filled with the aura of the divine law. It seemed that if he wanted to, he could turn all his dark force into lightning and thunder at any time. Roar! It was also at this moment that the greatest heavenly tribulation came crashing down from the sky. It was a dragon god formed by purple lightning and represented the greatest anger of the heavenly Tao. 5 thunders, divine clock. Yi Fei's face was solemn. He took a deep breath, and the dark force in his body had already turned into endless thunderbolts and lightning, turning his entire body into a divine being formed by thunderbolts. After that, these thunderbolts quickly gathered together and formed a huge 5-colored thunderbolt divine bell. It was like a cover that covered Yi Fei. It covered Yi Fei's entire body completely. Chapter 2096. Madam Ming, you failed again. The subordinate I sent to collect Yi Fei's body didn't find Yi Fei's body. Instead, he found 12 corpse soldiers that had been stripped naked. Is this your so-called foolproof plan? In the end, it's not as effective as your plan. Inside the restaurant owned by the Blood Wolf gang in Qingyan City, Blood Sky Wolf flew into a rage. Even his newly recovered severed hand was still aching with anger. When he heard Madame Meng say that her plan was foolproof and that once used, Yi Fei would definitely die, Blood Sky Wolf was delighted. He even sent one of his subordinates to collect Yi Fei's body. However, when the subordinate arrived the next day, he didn't find Yi Fei's body. Instead, he found 12 rotting corpse soldiers. This shocked and angered Blood Sky Wolf. No matter how much he harbored evil thoughts about Madame Meng, he couldn't bear it anymore. After all, this was the Bayou Nation, not the Tiana Nation. Different nations had different rules. The Blood Wolf gang had received a warning from the Qingyan Pavilion. Before the protection period ended, they were not allowed to attack Yi Fei and the Black Rock Peak. If Madame Meng had insisted on killing Yi Fei, it would have been fine. But now, the undead soldiers that Madame Meng had sent out had not only failed to kill Yi Fei, but had also thoroughly offended the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Shui Tianlang could not help but become extremely fearful. When she heard the news from Blood Sky Wolf, Madame Meng, who was holding her teacup elegantly, dropped it with a clang. Failed? Failed again? Who exactly is this Yi Fei? Why is it that my plans always fail at his hands? The 12 corpse soldiers were the Sky River Imperial family's hidden trump card. In order to counter Yi Fei's ability to refine the baleful soldier origin, Madame Meng didn't hesitate to use the Dao Lord Corpse poison, which was the Imperial family's most hidden trump card. The reason why the Sky River royal family wanted to kill Yi Fei was not only because of their hatred for Yi Fei, but also because the Sky River royal family already knew that Ren Tianxing had given Renzu's treasure to Yi Fei before he died. Therefore, Madame Meng did not hesitate to pay a huge price to infiltrate the Bayou Nation. In the end, she was defeated. She suffered a crushing defeat. Her worst plan was easily neutralized by Yi Fei. Her best plan, which was foolproof, also failed miserably. It was rare for Madame Meng to be so angry that her face turned red. She threw the teacup and stood up angrily. Is this Yi guy my nemesis? But even if you are my nemesis, you must die. Since we can't do it in the dark, then let's do it openly. Blood Sky Wolf, if you still want to take revenge, then gather the Blood Wolf gang. All sovereigns attack Black Rock Peak. What? Attack Black Rock Peak directly? Blood Sky Wolf's face turned pale. If the Clear Cloud Pavilion finds out, I'm afraid we won't be able to walk out of the Bayou Nation alive. Madam Ming, why don't we discuss this further? You repeatedly ignored the warnings of the Clear Cloud Pavilion and attacked Yi Fei. This assassination attempt has completely broken the rules of the Bayou God and the Clear Cloud Pavilion. We don't have time for that now. Take advantage of the fact that the Clear Cloud Pavilion hasn't dealt with you yet. Bring your people and attack Blackrock Peak immediately. Make a last stand. As for the Clear Cloud Pavilion, I will think of a way to buy you some time. Madam Ming bit her red lips as if she had made up her mind. At this moment, Bai Er walked in with a gloomy face. Madam, young Master Gao, Lien sent someone to deliver an invitation. Gao Lien? Blood Sky Wolf's expression changed a few times. He suddenly looked at Madam Ming with some fear. Being in the Bayou Nation, of course he knew who Gao Lien was. He was someone he could not afford to offend. Madam Ming had actually befriended Gao Lien without his knowledge. Blood Sky Wolf suddenly felt his limbs go cold. Madam Ming turned her head and looked at Blood Sky Wolf with pity. Blood Sky Wolf, why are you still standing there? There's no place for you in the Bayou Nation now. Either you stay here and wait for your death, or you stake it all on one throw. Take down the Black Rock Peak and kill Yi Fei. Choose for yourself. After saying this, Madam Ming ignored Blood Sky Wolf's ashen face and walked out of the restaurant gracefully. She got in the carriage and headed towards a more prosperous and lively restaurant in Qingyan City. She believed that Blood Sky Wolf would make the wisest choice. She had to use her advantage to think of a way to please Gao Lien and buy time for Blood Sky Wolf to kill Yi Fei. Blood Sky Wolf did not disappoint Madam Ming. He was a despicable person who forsook righteousness for profit. He had broken the iron rules set by the Bayou Divine Lord twice in a row. Blood Sky Wolf knew that there was no place for him in the Bayou Nation now. The only thing he could do now was to completely rely on the Sky River royal family. Then, according to Madam Ming's order, he would attack the Black Rock Peak at all costs and kill Yi Fei. Only in this way, when he entered the Sky River Kingdom, there would be a chance for the frozen mountain to rise again. Men, gather all our men and follow me back to Blood Wolf Peak. In the restaurant, Blood Sky Wolf's face was gloomy. The intense hatred he had for Yi Fei made him decide to make a last stand. He would mobilize all the forces of Blood Wolf Peak to attack Black Rock Peak and kill Yi Fei directly. He would not give Yi Fei any chance to turn the tables. Not long after, Yi Fei passed through layers of mountains and finally rushed back to Black Rock Peak. Behind him was the high-spirited dragon turtle, whose tail was wagging as it walked. The dragon turtle was very proud. It had completely refined the poisonous dragon pearl. Not only had it passed the earthly venerable tribulation, but it had also rushed to the heavenly venerable realm. The current dragon turtle was already considered a powerful demon supremacy. The only thing that displeased the dragon turtle was that its turtle shell was still a little green. As a result, the black turtle shell was always a little green. Yi Fei's explanation was that this might be because the poison dragon pearl had accumulated too much poison. It needed to wait for the dragon turtle to completely refine the poison or release it before the turtle shell could turn black again. The dragon turtle could only reluctantly accept this explanation. When they returned to the mountain, Lin Shun and Lin Gui immediately noticed that the dragon turtle was different. Lin Gui curiously touched the dragon turtle's shell and said, "That's strange. What did this black turtle eat? Why did it turn green?" Roar. The dragon turtle answered him with a furious roar. It immediately spat out a mouthful of poisonous fire. Lin Gui's face turned green and he fell to the ground. Lin Shun was so frightened that he almost attacked the dragon turtle. "Brother Yi, what is the meaning of this?" "I can only say that trouble comes from the mouth. Big Black is very sensitive to the word green now," Yi Fei explained in a low voice. He hurriedly asked Lin Shun to apologize to the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle's face turned green as it retracted the poison it had spat out. Lin Gui stood up with lingering fear. He suddenly said in shock, "Yi Fei, your turtle is very powerful. By the way, wasn't it just a martial god a few days ago? How did it break through to the heavenly venerable realm all of a sudden? It's a long story. Let's find Senior Jiang first. Yifei put away the dragon turtle and went to find Jiang Zhen with Lin Shun and Lin Gui. Chapter 2097. Yifei didn't need to ask to know that the flying serpent was the cause of the spirit rat's agitation. Only the flying serpent had the ability to control the spirit rats. By the way, Senior Jiang, I didn't let you down this time. I finally obtained 3 Sovereign Divine pills. Yifei took out 2 Sovereign Divine pills. Jiang Zhen was a sovereign, so he had no use for them. Therefore, he gave one each to Lin Shun and Lin Gui. The two were so touched that their eyes turned red. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Even though Yifei had conflicts with the Lin family in the past, Lin Shun and Lin Gui were still touched when Yifei took out the Sovereign Divine pills. They said together, "Brother Yi, thank you very much. Although we have a grudge against you in the past, if you need our help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." Don't say that. It's a coincidence that I helped you guys. However, it wasn't easy for me to get these 3 Sovereign God pellets. I'm not afraid of anything else. I'm only afraid that the Blood Wolf gang will act against us in desperation. Yifei's face darkened as he recounted what happened in Qingyun City. At the same time, he told them about the encounter with the Frost Elite zombie soldiers on the way. Lin Shun and Lin Gui were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Jiang Zhen's expression became incomparably solemn. Frost Elite zombie soldiers? That's the Sky River Imperial family's hidden trump card. I heard my master mention it by chance. It said that the Frost Elite zombie soldiers were left behind by the Sky River Great Dao Monarch. They even have the Dao Monarch's corpse poison on them. Hearing this, Yifei's hair stood on end. He never imagined that the Sky River Imperial family would use the Dao Monarch's corpse poison to deal with him. If he didn't have the dragon turtle and the poisonous dragon pearl that the dragon turtle had obtained, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yifei said in a low voice, "The Sky River Imperial family has begun to use unscrupulous methods. This Blackrock Peak is no longer safe. We'd better leave immediately." Yifei is right. This Blackrock Peak isn't suitable for us to break through to the sovereign realm. Lin Shun and Lin Gui didn't object. After all, breaking through to Dominator was a very important matter. They had to find an absolutely safe place. Only Jiang Zhen was a little hesitant. Isn't it a bit of a pity to abandon Blackrock Peak like this? After all, it wasn't easy for them to find a safe place to live. Yifei understood Jiang Zhen's feelings. He consoled him solemnly. "Senior Jiang, don't worry. The day we break through to the ruler realm will be the day we return. But before I leave, I need you to do something for me." Although he had decided to leave, Yifei did not dare to let down his guard against the flying serpent that had escaped into the dark fog. Hence, he joined forces with Jiang Zhen, Lin Shun, and Lin Gui to set up several killing arrays at the entrance of the dark fog. At the same time, Yifei had the dragon turtle hide large amounts of demon poison dragon flame near the entrance. This way, even if they left Blackrock Peak, they wouldn't have to worry about the flying serpent escaping. After doing all this, Yifei and the others put on their bamboo hats and rushed down the mountain. At the same time, on the Blood Wolf Peak, the gang master, Sky Blood Wolf, had already gathered all of the Blood Wolf gang sovereigns and loudly announced his plan to attack the Blackrock Peak and kill Yifei. As expected, this was opposed by many gang members. After all, the Baiyan Nation situation was very special. Not only were there many feudal lords, but the Baiyan Divine Lord hadn't returned for 1,000 years. However, among the thousands of factions in the Baiyan Nation, no one dared to break the rules set by the Baiyan Divine Lord. When they heard that Blood Sky Wolf wanted to break the rules, the sovereigns were very worried. Blood Sky Wolf knew his subordinates very well. He didn't say anything. He just shouted, "Bring them up." Chest after chest of treasures were placed in front of everyone. Madame Meng said, "Everyone who attacks Blackrock Peak will be rewarded with 5 million Xian stones. Anyone who can kill Yi Fei, Jiang Zhen, Lin Chun, or Lin Gui will receive a Lord of Heaven pill. Blood Sky Wolf raised his arm and shouted. Below, the Blood Wolf Gang's sovereigns were panting like hungry wolves. As the saying went, when there was a great reward, there would always be brave men. Moreover, the Blood Wolf Gang sovereigns were just like Blood Sky Wolf. They were all greedy people who forgot about righteousness at the sight of profit. Although the Bayun Divine Lord's iron rules couldn't be broken, under the temptation of the Lord of Heaven pill, the sovereign's eyes all turned red. No one objected to Blood Sky Wolf's suggestion. On the contrary, the Blood Wolf Gang sovereigns were all filled with killing intent. They couldn't wait to attack Blackrock Peak, seeing that he could use the morale of his troops. Blood Sky Wolf also struck while the iron was hot. He raised his arm and shouted again. Thus, the 14 sovereigns of the Blood Wolf Gang, except for one unlucky fellow who was forced to stay behind at Blood Wolf Peak because of his failure in drawing lots, the other 13 sovereigns, including Blood Sky Wolf himself, all rushed forward with killing intent. They charged toward Blackrock Peak with all their might. Yi Fei also ran into the Blood Wolf Gang sovereigns on the way. It wasn't that Yi Fei was a prophet and predicted that the Blood Wolf Gang would suddenly attack Blackrock Peak. After leaving Blackrock Peak, Lin Chun and Lin Gui thought that it was the safest place to break through to the Sovereign Realm. In fact, it was Green Cloud City. After all, Green Cloud City was within the Green Cloud Pavilion sphere of influence. The Lord of Heaven was there as well. No matter how bold the Blood Wolf Gang was, they definitely wouldn't dare attack them in Green Cloud City. However, Lin Chun and Lin Gui had underestimated the Blood Wolf Gang's courage. Or rather, Madame Ming's courage. After discovering that the Han elite zombie soldiers couldn't kill Yi Fei, Madame Ming actually instigated the Blood Wolf Gang to openly break the iron rules set by the Bayun Divine Lord and attack Blackrock Peak directly. Yi Fei couldn't help but develop a strong desire to kill Madame Ming. If such a poisonous beauty wasn't eliminated, she would definitely become a huge hidden danger. What should we do? The Blood Wolf Gang is definitely going to take over Blackrock Peak. Since the Blood Wolf Gang has already broken the rules, even if we enter Green Cloud City, we won't be safe. Lin Chun and Lin Gui's faces turned completely pale. Yi Fei also shook his head. Although Lin Chun and Lin Gui were talented, they still lacked experience. Although the Blood Wolf Gang's aggressive momentum was frightening, it was also an opportunity for them to counterattack. The Blood Wolf Gang has a total of 15 sovereigns. Blood Wolf brought 14 with him. The Blood Wolf Peak is very empty right now. Yi Fei stroked his chin as he watched the Blood Wolf Gang's sovereigns whizzing past the mountain. Since Xiao Chao had discovered them in advance, Yi Fei and the others were able to hide in advance. Blood Wolf and the other sovereigns didn't discover Yi Fei and the others. Instead, they were still ferociously charging towards Blackrock Peak, wanting to catch Yi Fei off guard. Since the Blood Wolf Gang had such intentions, how could Yi Fei swallow this humiliation? Before Lin Chun and Lin Gui could recover from their shock, Yi Fei had already looked at Jiang Zhen and said with a smile, "Senior Jiang, our chance for revenge has come. Since Blood Wolf is attacking Blackrock Peak, why don't we go to Blood Wolf Peak and destroy the Blood Wolf Gang before Blood Wolf takes over Blackrock Peak?" Chapter 2098. However, after carefully pondering over it, Jiang Zhen was shocked to discover that although Yi Fei's plan was bold, at this moment, the Blood Wolf Gang was indeed at their weakest. If they could take advantage of this situation, they might really be able to exterminate the Blood Wolf Gang and vent their anger. After all, ever since they entered the Bayou Nation, they had been harassed and suppressed by the Blood Wolf Gang. Yi Fei and Jiang Zhen had been suppressing their anger for a long time. Now that they had a chance to vent their anger, Jiang Zhen would not give it up. "Okay, count me in." Wait, Blood Wolf only left with the Juggernauts. A large group of heavenly venerables must be guarding the mountain. If they activate the defensive array in advance, the four of us might not even be able to break it, let alone kill our way up. At this moment, Lin Chun suddenly raised a sharp question. Yi Fei nodded. He felt that Lin Chen's words made sense. Although Bloodwolf was a despicable person, he was able to establish such a large Bloodwolf gang. He must have some ability and means. At this moment, the Bloodwolf gang's main force was out. If he were Bloodwolf, he would definitely strengthen the defense on Bloodwolf Peak to prevent the enemy from taking advantage of the loopholes. However, this opportunity was too rare. Yi Fei felt that it would be a pity to give it up. At this moment, the dragon turtle suddenly nudged Yi Fei's body, reminding him that Bloodwolf and the juggernauts were far away. Looking at the dragon turtle, Yi Fei's eyes lit up. He patted the dragon turtle's head in a rare, amiable manner. He said, "Blackie, do you want to eat more magnetite?" Roar? Seeing the stingy Yi Fei suddenly become so generous, the dragon turtle retreated a few steps cautiously. Yi Fei was not angry. He carried the dragon turtle and ran in the direction of Bloodwolf Peak. Lin Gui immediately recalled his experience of being instantly poisoned by the dragon turtle, and the corner of his mouth immediately let out an incomparably cunning laugh. Haha, as expected of Brother Yi. With this turtle, it will be much easier for us to deal with the Bloodwolf Peak's celestial masters. Only Jiang Zhen and Lin Chen were baffled. They had never come into contact with the dragon turtle's poison. Naturally, they did not know how frightening the dragon turtle's lethality was. It was only after Lin Gui explained along the way that their spirits were lifted. There was no need for Yi Fei to say anything. The three of them had already thought of all sorts of evil ways to make use of the dragon turtle's poison. In the end, Lin Gui's skill was still better. He thought of an especially evil idea, which was to bring the dragon turtle directly to the sky not far from Bloodwolf Peak. Then, he would let the dragon turtle turn the poisonous fire into poisonous wind. With the help of the wind, a poisonous wind would blow across the entire Bloodwolf Peak at the fastest speed. This idea immediately received unanimous praise from Lin Chun and Jiang Zhen. Yi Fei shuddered. His original intention was to let the dragon turtle dig a hole up the mountain. In the end, these three guys actually came up with such a sinister idea. They actually asked the dragon turtle to release poison. From this, you can see that I'm a very pure person. Even if there are times when I'm not pure, it's because I've been led astray by others. Big Black, since everyone has high hopes for you, then you must not disappoint everyone. In fact, Yi Fei was somewhat curious and expectant about the dragon turtle releasing poison. He simply handed the dragon turtle to Jiang Zhen and the other two and let them do whatever they wanted. As for himself, he let Xiao Chao use the Heaven and Earth Spiritual Eye to investigate every movement on Bloodwolf Peak in advance, especially to check if Madame Meng was also on Bloodwolf Peak. But what disappointed Yi Fei was that Xiao Chao did not sense Madame Meng's profound energy fluctuation on the Snow Wolf Peak. On the contrary, Lin Gui, who was full of evil tricks, had already found the best spot to release the poisonous wind. Then, under the Lin brothers' generous promise, the dragon turtle once again turned from a little green turtle into a big poisonous turtle that was bigger than a mountain. In order to prevent the dragon turtle from being exposed prematurely, Jiang Zhen very carefully summoned a piece of white cloud to hide the dragon turtle. Behind the cloud, the dragon turtle, who had eaten its fill of the Lin brothers' profound stone, became spirited and opened its mouth to spit out a green poisonous wind that was like a volcanic eruption. Then, the billowing poisonous wind was released from the dragon pearl, causing the entire cloud layer to rapidly turn from white to green. Lin Chun and Lin Gui, who were close to the dragon turtle, only touched the tip of the wind and felt dizzy as if they would fall down. The two brothers hurriedly retreated and suddenly took out their divine spears at the same time. They shouted loudly and activated the strongest divine spear of fluttering snow, great snow wind, and frost. The powerful ruler's divine ability immediately formed a violent snowstorm. Together with the poisonous wind that the dragon turtle spat out, it crashed down on the entire Bloodwolf Peak. The raging poisonous wind immediately swept across the entire Bloodwolf Peak, causing the Blood Wolf Gang members who were guarding the mountain to instantly burst into an uproar. Not good. It's an enemy attack. Who is so bold to attack our Blood Wolf Peak? Hurry up and activate the defensive array. The Blood Wolf Peak's heavenly venerables reacted very quickly, but unfortunately, they were still a step too late. When the green cloud smashed onto the Blood Wolf Peak and exploded into countless wild currents that wreaked havoc on the Blood Wolf Peak, the Blood Wolf Gang's heavenly venerables suddenly widened their eyes and straightened their bodies. Then they fell to the ground. As a large number of heavenly venerables were suddenly poisoned to the ground, the defensive array of the Blood Wolf Peak naturally couldn't be activated in a short period of time. In the sky, Jiangjun, Lin Shun, and Lin Gui, who had long since been prepared, shouted and rushed down the Blood Wolf Peak at the same time. Jiangzhou, it's you. You're so shameless to actually use poison. A furious roar suddenly came from within the Blood Wolf Peak. The sovereign expert who had been left behind to guard the peak had been alarmed. This person had extremely rich defensive experience, but when he saw many of his subordinates being poisoned and the green currents wreaking havoc on the Blood Wolf Peak, he suddenly understood something and shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, hold your breath and avoid the poisonous wind." Only then did the Blood Wolf Gang members come to their senses and hurriedly circulate their xianxi in an attempt to shake off the poisonous wind around them. Yifei's expression suddenly changed. There's a capable person in the Blood Wolf Gang. If he's allowed to gather the remaining heavenly venerables, this will definitely be a bloody battle. He won't have that chance. The moment he appears alone, he's already a dead man. Violent, thunderous fluctuations suddenly appeared on Jiangjun's body. Then, his entire body turned into a bolt of lightning, exploding through the clouds as he rushed in front of the sovereign. The divine Five Thunders clock. In an instant, it transformed into a huge lightning shield that completely enveloped him and the sovereign. Jiangjun, how dare you attack the Blood Wolf Peak with just the four of you? The sovereign was shocked and angry. Knowing how terrifying Jiangjun was, he didn't dare to fight with Jiangjun. He only burned his fate wheel and erupted with all his strength in an attempt to break the divine Five Thunders clock and rush out of the Blood Wolf Peak. The wolf issued a warning. Unfortunately, facing the strongest sovereign, Jiangjun, he simply didn't have the chance to break the divine Five Thunders clock. Then his sky palace, his fate wheel, and his divine soul were all shattered by Jiangjun's thunderous attacks. He died a violent death. Chapter 2099. Yifei did not participate in the attack on Blood Wolf Peak. With Jiangjun, Lin Shun, and Lin Gui around, it was more than enough to deal with a group of heavenly venerables who did not have a ruler to lead them. Furthermore, there was still the dragon turtle in the sky, releasing poison with all its might. The ordinary heavenly venerables of the Blood Wolf Gang were simply unable to withstand the poison. One by one, they fell to the ground and were slaughtered by Lin Shun and Lin Gui. The two brothers had no intention of showing mercy. Apart from their hatred for the Blood Wolf Gang, it was also related to the composition of the Blood Wolf Gang. It turned out that there was a condition to join the Blood Wolf Gang. That was, one had to be a bandit or a bandit who killed countless people. This also made the Blood Wolf Gang notorious among the various powers of the Baiyun Nation. Since they had decided to completely annihilate the Blood Wolf Gang, the Lin brothers naturally would not let these evil heavenly venerables off. As a result, the entire Blood Wolf Peak quickly became a blood-stained peak. At this time, Yifei successfully found the location of the Blood Wolf Gang's treasury with Xiao Chao's help. However, this treasury did not contain the large amount of magnetite that Yifei had hoped for. Instead, it was very spacious and empty. There were very few treasures. That's strange. Didn't Lin Xin say that Xue Tianlang was a bandit who killed countless people? He should have accumulated a lot of treasures over the years. Why are there so few treasures here? Yifei looked at the items left in the treasury. They were all basic Shenli Dan and law pills. This clearly did not match Shui Tianlong's status. He also did not know that before he came, Shui Tianlang had already exchanged a large amount of treasures in the treasury for magnetite and rewarded them to his subordinates in order to break the rules and attack Black Rock Peak. Even so, Yi Fei was still very dissatisfied with this treasury. After all, the reason he had attacked Bloodwolf Peak was because he wanted to go all out. Xiao Xiao continued to sense. I don't believe that such a large Bloodwolf gang only has so few cultivation resources. Yi Fei said with a dark expression. Xiao Xiao's face also darkened. Immediately, he tried even harder to open his heaven and earth spiritual eye to explore the entire Bloodwolf Peak. Then, Xiao Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. He jumped out of the beast mark space and ran towards a direction with his short legs. In that direction, Yi Fei discovered a very inconspicuous cave. It was empty inside, but there were many powerful formations set up inside. It was obviously very abnormal. When he broke through these formations and entered the cave, a mysterious space actually appeared inside. That was the sovereign space, which was filled with all sorts of treasures. In fact, Yi Fei even discovered 10 porcelain bottles. Each bottle contained a sovereign divine pill. But this was not what shocked Yi Fei. What really shocked him was that he found a profound vein pagoda in this space. There were actually a total of 15,000 profound veins in the space inside the pagoda. Oh my God, more than 10,000. This famous bandit is actually so rich? Yi Fei and Xiao Xiao were completely stunned. But soon, Yi Fei was ecstatic again. Although they had successfully attacked Bloodwolf Peak, he was still at a loss as to what to do next. But the discovery of these profound veins gave Yi Fei a huge hope of quickly breaking through to the sovereign realm. These profound veins are very likely the chips the imperial family used to bribe Blood Sky Wolf. They're also my biggest hope of breaking through to the sovereign realm. Originally, to break through to the sovereign realm, it would take at least a few months or even a few years. This was because ordinary heavenly venerables simply could not find a large number of profound veins to consume. But Yi Fei was different. He had a total of 15,000 profound veins in his hands. This was a typical example of wealth. This gave Yi Fei the confidence to break through to the sovereign realm in an extremely short period of time. Not only that, Yi Fei's golden body of laws had two conditions to break through to the second level. First, he needed to have 2 levels of laws. Second, he needed to have at least 10,000 profound veins to raise his golden body of laws to the second level. And the second level of the golden body of law's defensive power was already able to withstand the attack of the Lord of Heaven. Attack! There are 9 levels in heaven and earth, and there are also 9 levels of laws. What I comprehended before was only 1 level of laws. If I want to break through to the sovereign realm, I need to raise the first level of laws to the second level. Moreover, the more level 2 laws I have in my sovereign fate wheel, the stronger the battle power of a sovereign realm. Why was the Divine Star Academy known as the strongest sovereign realm? This was because the sovereign fate wheel formed by the 9 revolutions Divine Star Art could withstand 9 levels of level 2 laws. Ordinary sovereign cultivation techniques could only form 3 to 5 levels. Some crudely formed sovereign fate wheels could only withstand 1 or 2 levels of level 2 laws. Not only would their battle power be low, but they would also have no possibility of forming a heavenly bridge and breaking through to the Lord of Heaven. When Yi Fei thought of this, he was even more determined to break through to the sovereign realm. Only by breaking through to the sovereign realm would he be able to gain a firm foothold in the Baiyu nation. Only by breaking through to the sovereign realm would he be able to develop his forces with peace of mind. He would also take the opportunity to gather information about Zhao Yu and the others. Only by breaking through to the sovereign realm would he be able to think of a solution. Returning to the Earth domain would allow more Earth domain cultivators to enter the Heaven domain. Now, I will break through to the sovereign realm. Yi Fei's expression became unprecedentedly determined. The moment he retrieved his Xiao Qiao, he had already walked into the space within the Xian lineage pagoda. Inside, countless Xian veins formed Xian Qi dragons that roared and danced unconsciously. At this moment, Yi Fei was sitting cross-legged in the middle of this group of Xian Qi dragons. Suddenly, he activated the 9 Revolutions Divine Star Art. Yi Fei's body suddenly lit up like a star or a burning torch. The Xian Qi dragons that danced unconsciously sensed this star-like radiance and immediately cried out in joy. They were like flames and tides that surged towards Yi Fei. In the end, Yi Fei didn't even know if he was refining these Xian Qi dragons or if these Xian Qi dragons were trying to refine him. There were simply too many Xian veins in the Xian lineage pagoda. Yi Fei also didn't know that some of these Xian veins were the deposit that Madame Ming used to bribe Shui Tianlang. The majority of these Xian veins were Shui Tianlong's lifetime of hard work and hard work. They were also Shui Tianlong's greatest reliance when he was preparing to break through to the Lord of Heaven in the future. In the end, Shui Tianlang didn't use this hard work. Instead, it was completely ruined by his enemy, Yi Fei. As a large amount of Xian Qi was absorbed and refined by the 9 Revolutions Divine Star Art, Yi Fei's entire body became more and more like a bright star. Then, the invisible starlight formed a torrent that broke through Yi Fei's heavenly venerate barrier and rushed into Yi Fei's heavenly palace. It shone on Yi Fei's emperor's throne and divine soul. Boom! When the light reached its peak, Yi Fei suddenly took out the sovereign god's pill and swallowed it. Suddenly, there was a loud boom in his body. The terrifying medicinal power of the sovereign god's pill immediately turned into another mysterious force. Under this mysterious force, the starlight that surged into the heavenly palace suddenly condensed. It shone and formed a large round disk that was like a bright moon that hung above Yi Fei's heavenly palace. This round disk was the Wheel of Destiny that one had to condense to become a sovereign. It was also called the Wheel of Destiny. It controlled Yi Fei's life and also Yi Fei's fate. Chapter 2100. I currently have too many level 1 laws, but the strongest ones are the Law of Sword and the Law of Thunder. Although the Law of Sword is more compatible with my Sword Dao, I don't have a strong Sword Dao Dominator's ability at the moment. Therefore, the first thing I need to improve is not the Law of Sword Dao, but the Law of Thunder. The Law of Thunder. After all, the strongest Dominator's ability that Yi Fei currently possessed was the Divine Star Academy's 5 Thunders, Divine Clock. And if Yi Fei wanted to unleash the true power of this ability, he had to comprehend the second level of the Law of Thunder. Thinking of this, Yi Fei no longer hesitated. He fiercely activated the 9 Revolutions Divine Star Art. At this moment, his entire body turned into a mysterious star that was crazily rotating. It was also this star that caused the law light in Yi Fei's body to burn like a raging fire. And among them, there was a ray of Sword Dao Divine Light and a ray of Thunder Divine Light that was especially dazzling. Without caring about that ray of Sword Dao Divine Light, Yi Fei focused all his attention on the Law of Thunder. The 9 Revolutions Divine Star Art was activated to the limit in his body at this moment. Suddenly, the Law of Thunder was sucked into the vortex. Rumble. Countless bolts of lightning suddenly appeared within the entire profound Veins Pagoda. These bolts of lightning, under the effect of the 9 Revolutions Divine Star Art, continuously split apart. From one lightning law, a second, a third. Every time the Divine Star Art completed a cycle, the number of lightning laws within Yi Fei's heavenly palace would increase. There would be one more, and every time these Law of Thunder were formed, it would consume hundreds of profound veins. This kind of consumption was not something that an ordinary Empyrean warrior could bear. But thanks to the 15,000 profound veins that Blood Sky Wolf had collected, Yi Fei did not have to worry about the consumption of his profound veins. Therefore, the Law of Thunder that would have taken a few days or even more to cultivate, was condensing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And just as these law of thunder split into 9, there was a loud bang. The fate wheel that was originally floating above the sky palace turned into a strange vortex that completely absorbed and swallowed the 9 law of thunder. 9 thunder transformations, 9 revolutions, divine star art. Second level law, condensed for me. Boom. Following Yi Fei's roar, the 9 thunder precepts that had been swallowed into the fate wheel in the sky palace suddenly merged into one, forming a new and stronger thunder rune that was branded on the fate wheel. Yi Fei's fate will instantly emitted dazzling lightning. His aura also rose from the heavenly venerate realm to the sovereign realm. Sovereign aura? How could Bloodwolf Peak still have a sovereign? Could it be that Yi Fei broke through to the sovereign level? On Bloodwolf Peak, Lin Shun and Lin Gui were bathed in blood. Around them were hundreds of corpses from the Bloodwolf gang. Jiang Zhen raised his head and looked in the direction of the cave with some surprise. He smiled bitterly and said, "This kid, it was already surprising that he could conquer Bloodwolf Peak. Who would have thought that Yi Fei would break through to Dominator so quickly? This time, Blood Sky Wolf is probably going to die from anger." Thinking about Shui Tonglang, Jiang Zhen, and the other two, who should have already arrived at Black Rock Peak with their men, suddenly felt pity for him. Black Rock Peak. Blood Sky Wolf didn't know that his lair had been completely destroyed. Even his precious Xian Vein had been destroyed by Yi Fei. The first thing Blood Sky Wolf did when he arrived at Bloodwolf Peak was to charge into the medicine hall on the peak and try to kill Yi Fei. Unfortunately, the Bloodwolf Gang's sovereigns only saw an empty medicine hall. What's going on? Did the news leak? A Bloodwolf Gang sovereigns had a malicious expression. It's impossible for the news to leak. There are only 4 of them. They don't have the ability to plant a spy in our Bloodwolf Gang. If it were me, I would definitely choose a safe place to break through to the sovereign realm after obtaining the sovereign pill. That's why they abandoned the mountain. Blood Sky Wolf said confidently. He was an experienced man after all. He was actually able to deduce Yi Fei's initial motive almost instantly. The other Blood Wolf Gang's sovereigns' expressions turned even uglier. They all said they abandoned Black Rock Peak. There's only one safe place they could have gone to: Green Cloud City. Damn it, they went to Green Cloud City. That's Green Cloud Pavilion's territory. We can't do anything to them in the city. Blood Sky Wolf was suddenly enraged. He had risked everything to attack Black Rock Peak. It was his last gamble. If he still couldn't kill Yi Fei, even if he escaped to the Tiana Kingdom, he wouldn't be put in an important position by the Tiana royal family. Blood Sky Wolf's eyes flashed fiercely. That guy surnamed Yi is indeed cunning. Unfortunately, I'm not a pushover either. Before they enter Green Cloud City, quickly set up a teleportation array. Let's rush to the outskirts of Green Cloud City and ambush them. Our gang leader is wise. Haha, no matter how cunning that demon Yi is, he definitely wouldn't expect us to prepare a teleportation array to kill them in advance. I reckon that Yi Fei is still dreaming of breaking through to the Sovereign Realm. Seeing that Blood Sky Wolf had brought along a teleportation array, the Blood Wolf Gang's sovereigns laughed maniacally. Only Blood Sky Wolf didn't laugh. This was because he had prepared this teleportation array to escape from the Baiyun Kingdom. Now that he had been forced to use it in advance, Blood Sky Wolf's heart was filled with displeasure. Blood Sky Wolf was extremely unhappy. Wait until we kill that guy outside the city. I'll definitely chop him into pieces with my own hands. Let's go. Blood Sky Wolf roared loudly. Then, the mountain peak flashed with the light of the teleportation array. Soon, it became quiet again. Black Rock Peak became dead silent again. In this silence, Blood Sky Wolf, who had been teleported away, walked out of the shadows with a gloomy face. It turned out that only one of his subordinates had teleported away. He and most of the sovereigns hadn't left. They had been hiding in the dark. After half a day, when the sky began to brighten, there was still no sign of Yi Fei and the others. Blood Sky Wolf's face darkened. It looks like that guy has indeed abandoned the mountain to escape. He wants to hide in Qingyan City. Let's go. We'll chase after him immediately. Even though they had been delayed for half a day, Blood Sky Wolf was still confident that he could successfully kill Yi Fei before Yi Fei entered Qingyan City. After all, no matter how fast a martialist was, he couldn't be faster than a teleportation array. However, Blood Sky Wolf didn't know that when he left Black Rock Peak with his men, a venomous snake head suddenly emerged from the dense fog that covered half of the herb field. Damn humans! You stole my Dragon Ball, broke my snake body, and ambushed me with so many people. You want to scheme against me, the Snake King? Just you wait. Soon I'll kill all of you. The flying serpent's eyes flashed with a shocking light of hatred. However, when it saw the Earth Spirit rats under its control, all being poisoned to death or killed by the formation not long after stepping outside, the flying serpent's eyes still flashed with intense fear and unwillingness. Snakes were vengeful by nature, and they were even more cautious. Chapter 2101. Then, the head of the flying serpent sank into the dark fog and disappeared again. At the same time, Blood Sky Wolf led his group of rulers through the teleportation platform and quickly appeared outside Qingyan City. At the same time, Blood Sky Wolf sent someone to contact Madame Meng and ask her to use her connections with Gao Yu to tell Qingyan Pavilion not to interfere for the time being. In order to kill Yi Fei as soon as possible and obtain the legendary Lord of Heaven Pill, the rulers of the Blood Wolf Gang were in high spirits. Not only did they set up layers of killing arrays on the path through Qingyan City, they also set up spatial traps. Then, they hid in the traps and waited patiently. They waited patiently, hoping to catch Yi Fei off guard. When he thought about how Yi Fei could kill Yi Fei with his own hands and feed Yi Fei to the dogs, Blood Sky Wolf was even more pleased with himself. Now, he was looking forward to Yi Fei's expression of fear and shock when he realized that he had been ambushed. Unfortunately, Blood Sky Wolf did not see the scene he was looking forward to. Instead, he and a dozen of his subordinates waited outside for an entire day. They waited for the sun to rise and set, and waited for the moon to bloom, but they did not even see Yi Fei's shadow. Could it be that the gang leader guessed wrongly? That kid didn't come to Qingyan City after abandoning the mountain and escaping? Some of the rulers could not help but mutter in their hearts. Although Heavenly Blood Wolf did not speak, his livid face clearly told everyone that he was extremely angry at this time. Report. Gang leader, bad news. That Yi Fei suddenly attacked Blood Wolf Peak while we were on our way to Black Rock Peak and captured our peak. Only one of the hundreds of gang members escaped by luck. Although Lin Shun and Lin Gui's massacre was bloody, the Blood Wolf Gang was a large gang with hundreds of people. Although most of the villains were killed, there was still one who was good at playing dead. He managed to escape by luck and sneaked out of Blood Wolf Peak when Lin Shun and the others were most relaxed. Wolf Peak hurriedly reported to the rulers under its command. What? Our Blood Wolf Peak has been captured? That's impossible. I've left hundreds of people on the mountain to guard it. There's also a defensive formation that can hold the mountain for at least 10 days. There are only 4 of them. How could they capture the Blood Wolf Mountain so quickly without us receiving any news? Blood Sky Wolf said. Their first reaction was disbelief and suspicion that this was a false military report. The Sovereign said miserably, Gang leader, it's not 4, it's 5. They found a poisonous tortoise from who knows where. That tortoise really isn't a good thing. It poisoned half of my Blood Wolf Gang members. How could we have time to activate the defensive formation? So you're saying that Blood Wolf Peak has really fallen? The Sovereigns looked at each other, feeling like they were in a nightmare. They were originally full of confidence and wanted to kill Yi Fei. However, Yi Fei took the opportunity to destroy their base and made them wait here. Many people subconsciously looked at Blood Sky Wolf. At this moment, Blood Sky Wolf's face was red, white, green, and purple. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. He looked up at the sky and roared with extreme anger. Yi Fei, if I don't kill you, I swear that I'm not a man. I swear that I'm not a man. Oh no, my 15,000 Xian veins are still in my cave. I forgot to take them away. Ah! Blood Sky Wolf screamed. His voice was heart-wrenching and filled with endless hatred. At this moment, Blood Sky Wolf was extremely angry and full of hatred. In the end, it became a deep resentment. Everyone, follow me back to Blood Wolf Peak to kill Yi Fei. Boom! Another teleportation platform was taken out by Blood Sky Wolf. Obviously, Blood Sky Wolf didn't bring the Xian Vein Pagoda with him because he already had a lot of teleportation platforms. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Blood Sky Wolf was able to kill people as a bandit and establish the huge Blood Wolf gang. Not to mention other things, he was very good at escaping. However, Blood Sky Wolf didn't take out the teleportation platform to escape. Instead, he flew into a rage and was ready to chase after Yi Fei. He wanted to get back those Xian veins that were as important as his own life. Innate God Demon, please don't let that kid ruin my Xian veins. When he was teleported out, not only was Blood Sky Wolf's face green, but his intestines were also green. On Blood Wolf Peak, the dragon turtle was showing off. It was very proud of itself as it condensed a water mirror and looked at its black turtle shell that had become glossy and smooth again. After releasing the poisonous wind for half a day, the dragon turtle finally succeeded in releasing the excess poison that had accumulated in its body. The color of its turtle shell also returned to normal. Jiang Zhen and Lin Shun were scolding Lin Gui. Lin Gui was careless and didn't notice that someone had faked his death. He had almost let the culprit escape down the mountain, although Jiang Zhen had acted in time and killed the culprit. Before that person died, he had sent out the news of Blood Wolf Peak's fall through the sound transmitting mirror. Senior Jiang, Lin Shun, stop scolding me. Let's run now. It will be too late if Blood Sky Wolf comes back with a large group of sovereigns. Lin Gui was also blaming himself, but now wasn't the time to blame himself. The reason why the 4 of them dared to attack Blood Wolf Peak was because Blood Sky Wolf had left with a large group of sovereigns and their rear was weak. For this reason, they had set up a sound transmitting array in advance. However, due to Lin Gui's carelessness, he had forgotten to check if anyone on Blood Wolf Peak was faking his death when he removed the sound transmitting array. Blood Sky Wolf and his group of sovereigns will be back at any moment, but Yi Fei is still cultivating. No, we can't wait any longer. Lin Shun, Lin Gui, inform Yi Fei immediately and tell him to end his cultivation. We will leave now. Boom! A huge explosion suddenly came from Blood Wolf Peak. It was a huge portal of light that landed on the mountain peak. Then, Blood Sky Wolf and a group of sovereigns roared and charged out fiercely. When they came out, they saw the scene of blood flowing like a river. Hundreds of fierce-looking Blood Wolf gang members were all killed on the spot. All the valuable treasures on the mountain peak were completely looted by Lin Shun and the others and piled up in the open space. Ah, that's my favorite luminous spear. In order to get it, I killed my master and his entire family of 50 people. I had no choice but to escape to the Bayou Nation. And my white jade dragon bed, that's for the king's residence. In order to get it, I even killed my own brother by accident. Not good, Yang Qi said. I still have a sovereign lord's divine ability in my room. Don't tell me they found it too. Kill them. Kill them all. Chapter 2102. Kill. My Xian Meridians, my Xian Meridians. Xue Tianlang roared. He didn't care about Jiang Zhen, nor did he take the opportunity to kill Lin Shun and Lin Gui, who were still in the celestial venerate realm. He just charged toward the cave as fast as he could, toward the ruler's space. Clang! On top of Blood Wolf Peak, a melodious bell chime could be heard. Jiang Zhen's 5 Thunders divine bell suddenly grew in size, forming a special bell world that was about to envelop Blood Sky Wolf and the other sovereigns. Lin Shun, Lin Gui, tell Yi Fei to run. I'll cover you. Jiang Zhen, you're just a coward. How can you block the might of a pack of wolves? Take the corpse god pill and kill him for this gangmaster. Chop his corpse into 1,000 pieces. No, even tearing him to pieces isn't enough to vent my anger. I'll tear him to pieces with my own hands. That damn demon Yi, my Shin meridians. Shui Tianling let out a heart-wrenching scream. He had used his consciousness to sense the Shin meridian's tower, but he couldn't sense it. Even the ruler's space had disappeared. Shui Tianling was so angry that his eyes turned red. Next, he popped a medicinal pill into his mouth. At the same time, rumbling sounds like a volcano erupting could be heard from inside of Heaven Bloodwolf. His sovereign aura surged, and he shattered Jiang Zhen's 5 lightnings god clock with his bare hands. Then, he shot toward the cave like lightning. Lin Chen's expression changed. Oh no, these rulers have taken the corpse divine pill from the imperial family of the Sky River. They're going to have the power and defense of corpse soldiers. The divine corpse pill was a special kind of pill. It was able to temporarily use the source of the corpse soldiers on a living person. This was similar to how Yi Fei had used the undying sword spirit to refine the baleful energy, allowing him to explode with strength that far exceeded his own cultivation level. The corpse divine pill's effect wasn't as exaggerated as the undying sword soul, which allowed Yi Fei to temporarily possess the power of the Lord of Heaven after devouring the baleful energy of the Lord of Heaven. However, a single corpse god pill could increase a ruler's battle prowess by 5 to 10 times in a short period of time. Such an elixir was extremely precious even to the imperial family of the Sky River. If not for the fact that Yi Fei could not be killed without breaking the rules of the Baiyu Nation, Madame Ming would not have risked everything and given such a precious elixir to Shui Tianlang. Under the buff of the corpse god pill, the leaders of the Blood Wolf gang suddenly became unstoppable. They continuously broke through the divine bell and charged towards Jiang Zhen. In a short period of time, Jiang Zhen was flustered. He could only use the divine bell to envelop him, Lin Chun, and Lin Gui, forcing them to die. Guard. However, Jiang Zhen was still the strongest dominator. Even though he was surrounded by more than 10 dominators who had consumed the corpse god pill, his defense was impenetrable for a short period of time. It was only when he saw the bloody sky wolf about to rush into the cave that Jiang Zhen's expression changed and he roared, "Yi Fei, hurry up and run." Rumble. His voice rumbled like thunder and penetrated the entire Blood Wolf Peak. At this critical juncture, Jiang Zhen did not care if his actions would disturb Yi Fei's cultivation and cause him to go berserk. Inside the Dominator's space, Yi Fei heard Jiang Zhen's roar and sensed more than 10 powerful Dominator auras outside. He opened his eyes abruptly, and purple lightning flashed in them. Second-level golden body of laws is indeed difficult to cultivate. However, thanks to these 10,000 Xian veins, I finally succeeded. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Yi Fei calmly walked out of the Dominator's space. Countless bolts of lightning appeared on his body. As Yi Fei had advanced to the second level of the Law of Lightning, his body was now filled with endless lightning attributed Xian Qi. This caused Yi Fei's golden body of laws to become similar to the golden body of lightning. Yi Fei, you actually broke through to the Dominator realm. You actually ruined my Xian veins. Shui Tianlang charged into the cave in rage. However, he was greeted by the sight of Yi Fei, who exuded the aura of a dominator. Shui Tianlang was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of old blood that flew more than 10 meters away, almost touching Yi Fei. Above, Ghost Wolf Divine Claw. Shui Tianlang was enraged. His corpse aura swirled around him as if he had become a Dominator corpse soldier with a complete consciousness. He condensed the Ghost Wolf Divine Claw, and its sharp light tore the void apart. It even tore the Dominator's space in half. Boom! The destructive energy of the Dominator's space formed a new attack. It crazily squeezed and twisted Yi Fei, as if it wanted to destroy Yi Fei along with the Dominator's space. However, Yi Fei's body did not move an inch. Endless lightning flashed on his body like purple gold flames, burning fiercely. It was at this point that Yi Fei made his move. Empty-handed, he stomped his foot in front of him, unleashing the pressure of a sovereign, which caused the space around him to crumble. Five thunders, divine clock. Yi Fei shouted coldly. Facing the incoming ghost wolf divine claw, he formed a seal with both hands, forming the shape of a clock. Suddenly, he pushed it forward. With a loud bang, Yi Fei's entire body was covered in lightning. He turned into a huge thunder divine clock and smashed it towards Shui Tianlong's body. Has this bastard gone mad? Had he gone mad? Shui Tianlang was completely stunned by Yi Fei's attack, which ignored his opponent's mystique and attacked with his life. How could he know how terrifying the second level of the Golden Body of Laws was? Especially the second level of the Golden Body of Laws. Yi Fei had integrated a single lightning bolt into his body. This gave Yi Fei a certain amount of recoilability when he had a strong defense. No matter how Shui Tianlong's Ghost Wolf Divine Claw landed on his body, Yi Fei's Divine 5 Lightning Clock also smashed onto Shui Tianlong's body. Originally, this should have been a situation where both sides would be injured. However, in the face of the second level of the Golden Body of Laws, Yi Fei was as immovable as a mountain. He was as valiant as a fiend god clad in lightning armor. On the other hand, Shui Tianlang was sent flying by the Divine 5 Lightning Clock. One of his arms was smashed by the Divine 5 Lightning Clock. He didn't die. Yi Fei's eyebrows twitched. Wasn't the Divine Star Academy the strongest dominator? Originally, he thought that he could easily kill Shui Tianlang after breaking through to the Dominator level. How could he know that Madame Ming had prepared so many trump cards to deal with him? Not only did she give Shui Tianlang advice, but she also gave him the Divine Corpse Pill, which was exclusive to the Imperial family of the Sky River. Ah, little bastard, you ruined my Shin Meridians and broke my arm. Today, I will fight it out with you. A dignified late-stage dominator was actually unable to defeat a country bumpkin who had just broken through. Furthermore, he had consumed the Divine Corpse Pill, which greatly increased his combat strength. Shui Tianlang was so angry that the blood in his body started to burn. In his fury, Shui Tianlong's hands suddenly turned into terrifying wolf claws that tore through space. Dense rays of light tore through space and shot towards Yi Fei. Ghost Wolf Wind Ripping Hand. Divine 5 Lightning Clock. Boom! You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.